2008 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed caption for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 4 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. We always make this announcement out of an abundance of caution that this building has a state-of-the-art detection and suppression sprinkler system. So if alarms should activate during today's meeting, and we have no reason to believe that they will, please leave through the exits, and once outside, assemble on the Las Vegas Boulevard side of the building, and employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will tell you when it's safe to re-enter the building. As I say, this is just a precautionary announcement that we make. Before we begin our formalities today, I want to explain to everybody why I am wearing a Cincinnati Cyclone shirt. Apparently, and I had my picture just taken because this is a big deal back in Cincinnati, folks. That I made a bet. I bet on behalf of the Las Vegas Wranglers, our wonderful hockey team here, against the Cincinnati Cyclones in the ECHL championship match, and the bet really went this way, that the loser would wear the shirt of the winning team, and that's the reason that I have the Cincinnati shirt on. And also, we won the bet. I had bet the Fremont Street experience for the Ohio River, and we would have had waterfront property to develop in our downtown. So with that, I want to thank the Wranglers for providing us with a great season. The Wrangler fans are terrific, not only throughout the season, but they had sellout crowds during the finals at the Orleans Arena. And I want to congratulate the mayor, Mark Mallory of Cincinnati, who I will see back at the Conference of Mayors over the weekend for the Cincinnati Cyclones' terrific win here. So with that, we're going to proceed with the agenda, and I'd like everyone to please rise while Pastor Linda Kelly, Mountain View Presbyterian Church, gives us our invocation, and please remain standing for the pledge.
Let us pray. God of endless hope and enterprise, as we look around us this day, we marvel at the world in which we live, the depth of its diversity and yet its unique uniformity. We gaze at our city's changing skyline, observe the remarkable happenings within its limits, and praise the labors of its inhabitants. We thank you for those who dedicate their lives and careers to making our city not only a place of entertainment and activity, but a place of melody and harmony, of scientific discovery and technological advance, where children are nurtured and the elderly are treated with respect, where the poor, the meek, and the homeless are met with kindness. This day we ask a blessing upon our city officials as they make decisions that affect the well-being of every resident, guest, and visitor to our city. May they judge not only by what their eyes see or what their ears hear, but what they know in their hearts to be justice and truth. May they be able to discern the essence of life that elevates humanity to its highest promise. And may they act in confidence in deciding the future of this place we call home. These things we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Jace, could you call Cincinnati and find out how long I have to wear this shirt? Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda, and for our first item, we'll recognize our June Employee of the Month. I'd like Margot Wheeler, our Director of Planning and Development, to please join us. And also, I'm proud to announce that the June Employee of the Month is Julie Ray. Julie? And Julie, I understand that your daughter is with you today?
Yes, she is.
Why don't you join your mom up here? That's great. Julie is employed as a graphic artist with Artist 2 with the Planning Department and has been with the city since April 2006. She's very talented, and her designs, which many of us have seen, have saved the city time, resources, and money. Some of Julie's more notable designs include logos for the Celebrate and Sustaining Las Vegas initiatives, as well as the local host committee for the American Planning Association Conference, which was recently held in Las Vegas and was a terrific success. She also creates various banners, PowerPoint presentations, brochures, and handouts. The city saves thousands of dollars by utilizing Julie's talents and not having to outside resource to do this. Her work during the recent planning conference was invaluable. In addition to the logo, she designed the orientation tour brochure, handouts for 9 mobile workshops and sessions, and the PowerPoint presentation that Margot gave to the planning directors from across the United States. Is that when you let the guy have it?
No, that was later.
Okay, fine. Margot was my hero. Her exceptional work enables the planning staff to focus on the content and the message rather than production, thus saving time and resources. On behalf of the entire City Council, we'd like to congratulate you on being named the June 2008 Employee of the Month, and this is for you. Along with the plaque, your mom's going to receive a $100 Visa gift card, compliments of Nevada Federal Credit Union, and you can share this, a 1-year membership to 24-Hour Fitness, courtesy of 24-Hour Fitness and the Mulaski Group. Congratulations. Here's the beautiful plaque. Let Margot go first. She'll say wonderful things about you as well, and then we'd love to hear from you.
Julie is incredibly creative, as the mayor has just said, and she's always thinking of new things to do, new things to create. The Mayor Pro Tem whispered in her ear to thank her for his birthday card today, which I love handing out. She's incredibly creative, but she's also become a real force for positive and good within the department. Her work on the Diversity Committee and all of her regular work that she does for us is such that she inspires all of us to try to be as positive and creative as she is on a daily basis.
Thank you, Margot. Your Honor, Council. I would like to say I'm truly honored to receive this award. I was totally surprised when Dr. Selby came in and called my name. I was just shaken. So I'm just honored and humbled to receive this. I love my job. I love doing what I do and making the Planning and Development Department shine. It's just part of me. I'm a very competitive person, so I compete against myself. If I have a project, I will do my best to see that I do better than I did before. So anything I do for the department and for the city is my pleasure, and I'm just very honored to receive this. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Terrific. That's great. You going to hang around? Okay, fine. For our next item, we'll recognize a special team of employees. The Team Quarterly Recognition Program is an effort within the city honoring a group of city employees that exemplifies the city's vision, mission, values, and priorities through exceptional teamwork and outstanding performance. Now I know why Margot is staying up here. She's joining us once again because we're pleased to announce that the Team of the Quarter is comprised of 3 employees who make up the Latinos and Planning Division team. Claudia Lopez, please join us, Jorge Morteo, and Fred Solis. In conjunction with the recent American Planning Association conference, these 3 employees contacted the National Latinos and Planning Division, a nationwide group that focuses on urban planning issues in Latino communities and on career challenges facing Latino planners. They did this independent from other department efforts and created their own team and invited a city planner from the cities of North Las Vegas and Henderson to join them. They made contact with Latino leaders throughout the valley and engaged them to speak at an extended mobile workshop where they discussed such topics as public art and opportunities for Latino artists and low-income development in Hispanic areas. Because of their work, Las Vegas is more visible on a local and national level as leaders in cultural and minority outreach. In the end, the city and region will benefit from the greater communication with local leaders. As a result of his great work, Mr. Solis has been asked to sit on the National Board of Directors. That's terrific. So, on behalf of the entire City Council, I'd like to congratulate you all on being named the Team of the Quarter. Congratulations. Margo?
As the mayor said in his remarks, these three created their own program when the 7,000 planners came to visit us a month or so ago. They reached out to the National Committee. They reached out to the community. They found their own speakers. They created their own program and really made an impact above and beyond all the work that all the rest of us were doing. Their initiative, their outreach, and their representation of us, we felt truly warranted this award, and thank you very much, Mayor.
That's terrific. Would you like to be heard?
I think Fred would.
Mr. Solis.
Well, I just would like to thank my teammates here for taking time out of the busy day to volunteer for this this good event here. It couldn't have been done without them. They put in a lot of long hours and made this event truly a really good event. So, Claudia, Jorge, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You brought great credit to our community. Thank you so much. Congratulations, fellas. Okay, good. Thank you very much. For our next item, we'll recognize National HIV Testing Day. To help make this presentation, I'd like to ask Fabian Mira with Aid for AIDS Nevada to join us at the podium. Mr. Mira? I also believe we have a representative from the Southern Nevada Health District with us today. Yes, sir. Yes, what's your name, sir? Chris Reynolds. Chris? Chris Reynolds. Mr. Reynolds, very good. There are approximately 1 million people living with HIV in the United States and close to 3,500 reported cases here in Clark County. Each year on June 27th, the National Association of People with AIDS and the National Mayor's Campaign Against HIV organizes National HIV Testing Day in partnership with the Centers for Disease Control and other entities. This program is an opportunity for people nationwide to learn that HIV status and to gain knowledge to take control of their health and their lives. As part of this effort, there will be a free HIV testing on Friday, June 27th at the Southern Nevada Health District, and I'll let our guest tell us more about this upcoming event. So on behalf of the entire City Council, we'd like to recognize June 27th as National HIV Testing Day and ask all residents to seek out voluntary HIV testing and counseling to learn about their HIV status to take control of their lives, and we have a proclamation to that effect. Gentlemen, both the same National HIV Testing Day, and we're asking all of our citizens to recognize this. And at this time, Fabian.
Thank you very much. We're proud to serve as a community member with the City of Las Vegas in our fight against AIDS here in our community. And on behalf of AFAN's board, staff, and volunteers, we want to thank you.
Very good.
Thank you, Fabian. I would like to say that on behalf of the Southern Nevada Health District's Office of HIV, AIDS, and STDs, we're definitely committed to improving the health of people living with HIV in Southern Nevada and increasing the awareness and education level of those that live here that won't know more about that. On Friday, June 27th, we will be offering free rapid HIV testing, and rapid testing means same-day results. That's usually $25 at the health district, and just in honor of that day, the fee will be waived for the entire day from 8 until 4 p.m. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, now we have they're all special, but every once in a while you have one that's a little more special or just as special as all the others. And we're going to recognize a special young man in our community. He's done some remarkable things in our city, but what's even more remarkable, he's not from our city. He's an exchange student who has immersed himself in our community. And Jens Koschel, come on up, please. As you can see, Jens has a fan club here, and He was raised in Germany, and he's been studying here in Las Vegas, and he's going back to Germany next week, and we wanted to recognize him publicly before he left. I've had a lot of people come up to me at communal events, and they said, can you do something for Jens, because he's done so much for us while he's been here. And I said, well, what do you suggest? And they said, he's deserving of the key to the city. And, you know, when we give the key to the city, we're giving a little piece of our heart and soul to the person who's the recipient, so they'll know when they look at it how we feel about them, and they'll be able to remember us fondly when they have the opportunity to do so. Jens has participated in food. Listen to this. Here's a fellow who wasn't even a Las Vegan until he came here and really became a Las Vegan. You'll always be a Las Vegan from now on, correct? It doesn't matter that you're going back to Germany, does it? No, not at all. Matter of fact, you'll tell them who the greatest mayor in the world is back in Germany. Okay. He's read to kindergarten students. He's organized fundraising efforts for the Clark High School Band. He's volunteered with the Special Olympics in Washington, D.C., and worked with several political events, hoping to learn more about United States government. As a member of the foreign exchange community, he's accomplished so much that he was invited to work for Education First, Foundation for Foreign Study, and he's accepted and may be eligible to come back to the United States. So we want to thank you, Jens, and we want you to tell all your friends back in Germany when you go back there that Las Vegans are the best people in the world. Las Vegas is the best community in the world, and notwithstanding anything that you may have learned when you were growing up, that you want to come back here quickly. Okay? Congratulations. Here we go.
Thank you so much. I want to thank so many people. First of all, my natural parents who just made me able to come here in the first place. Then, of course, EF, who made me come to Vegas. And then my two host families, both are really great. Thank you very much. And then, of course, I want to thank you, Rosa Mendoza, because without her, I wouldn't be here right now, because everything I did, she was kind of involved in it, and she helped me to do so much stuff, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a safe journey home, Chris. Now we have more young people that we're going to celebrate. Very special program, the Boys Hope, Girls Hope. This organization helps academically capable and motivated children in need meet their full potential and become upstanding men and women by providing value-centered, family-like homes, opportunities, and education through college. The scholars, as they are called, enter the program between the ages of 10 and 14 and live in the home until graduation from high school. They live in neighborhood homes with qualified live-in residential counselors and attend college preparatory schools. The scholar's parent or legal guardian enter into a co-parenting relationship with the program, ensuring that the child has the necessary love and support. And these scholars go and attend excellent universities where they receive bachelor and graduate degrees. So we're happy to have the scholars with us here today. They've demonstrated a commitment to their communities, their families, and most importantly, themselves. As I call your name, please help me with the mic here and tell us what your future plans are as a result of participating in this great program. The first one will be Adrian.
Right now, I don't really know my future plans, but right now, I just really want to go finish middle school, graduate from 8th grade, and go on to a great high school and do successfully there, and that's my plan for right now.
Very good. Here we go. Good job. Okay, Christian?
Well, hopefully I want to finish out my last couple of years at Bishop Gorman High School with a strong 2 years of football, because I played football. We won state last year. That's how I enjoyed it too. I want to go to college where I can play football and get a finance degree and hopefully become an accountant someday. And that's my plan.
That's terrific. That's great. Here we go. Christian. Right, you'll be able to wear a shirt like this someday. Okay. Josh? Here we go, Josh.
My future plan is to graduate from Our Lady of Las Vegas, go to Bishop Gorman, get my high school diploma. Then I want to go to Hawaii University so I can do my homework on the beach. That's my plan.
I want to go with you. That's right. Here we go. That's great. Okay, and Tony?
My future goal is I want to be a chef, even if I burn water. But then everyone tells me I should be in like a drama class or something like that. But I'll try to go for that. Well, and I'm a cat person.
That's good. Very good. And is the director with us today?
Hello, my name is Pablo Flores. I'm the program director. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we want to say thank you so much for taking time to recognize and Boys Hope Grows Hope in the wonderful work that we try to do with this wonderful, bright young man. We try to provide college preparatory education with the vision of moving on to college so that someday they may be able to come to the community and perhaps be able to fulfill those chairs, not only to become good citizens, but leaders, so that in case, Mr. Mayor, one of our boys may be sitting in your chair someday, they would have better luck making bets with other cities so that they will not have to wear your shirt in someday. We are very proud of working with these wonderful members of our community. They're bright young men who have a lot of difficulties in life, but yet they're willing to embrace a wonderful college preparatory career. So on behalf of Boys Hope Grows Hope, members of the board and the program, we want to say thank you for recognizing the work of Boys Hope Grows Hope.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And if you'd be kind enough, if you would give this commendation to Jamil, and this to Alex, I believe. Let's see. To Alex, okay? And thank you very much for all you do for these young men. Thank you, fellas. Congratulations. Keep up the good work. Keep working hard.
I did the King Days in 2005.
Oh, okay, good.
I was never going to wash my hands. I watched it.
You're all right, I'll tell you. Okay. For our next item, we'd like to honor... Council, would you like to do this? Good.
Thank you, Mayor. Glad to be here. For our next item, I would like to honor one of our very own city employees earning a very special award here today. I'd like to ask Ms. Mary McKinney to the podium, please, to join us here. I'd also like to ask Mr. Robert Bray, Director of the PAL program, Sandra Scott from our court, and who is Mary's supervisor, and our newest municipal court judge, Ms. Cynthia Luong, to join us as well. Come on around.
How you doing? Hi, how are you? Nice to meet you. Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Mary has been with the City of Las Vegas Municipal Court since 1981 and currently handles the Client Services Program in the Alternative Sentencing and Education Division. Unfortunately, we will be losing her when she retires this August, so congratulations to you. Let's give her a round of applause. She is known for her strong work ethic and tough but fair attitude. She has worked her way through the ranks during this year. One program that she has been heavily involved with is the Partnership at Las Vegas, or PAL program, which combines traditional academic curriculum with practical career skills by placing students at job sites for 1 day a week. For the past 12 years, Mary has been engaged as a job site supervisor and mentor for program participants. As a mentor, she is known to stress workplace etiquette, timeliness, hard work, and positive attitude. She assigns tasks and duties that allow for a broad internship experience that exposes students to the overall process of the court. All of her hard work has paid off. Out of a pool of 150 supervisors, Mary has been named as the PAL Job Site Supervisor of the Year, and we congratulate you on this award and commend you for your dedication to the young people in our community. But before we give you an applaud, I would like to say that this award, on behalf of the Las Vegas High School, and I would like to turn this beautiful award around to say that the PAL program has stepped up, because I received a certificate last year. because I too were the job site supervisor. So I would like to make sure that you have the certificate, and I would like to also ask for Mr. Bray to come forward and present you with this great award. Thank you so very much. And we would like to hear from Mr. Bray, Ms. Scott, and then Ms. Luong, if you will, and then we would like to hear from yourself. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Councilman. On behalf of Las Vegas High School and our PAL program, I want to extend our heartfelt thanks and to Mary McKinney for her years of loyalty to our program. She follows in the footsteps of some wonderful people who have also received this award. In our 12 years, 4 of the recipients have been city employees, including Ike Fitz and Dan Hyde out in Vehicle Services, Deputy Jeff Donahue at Fire Services, and our very own Councilman Barlow. What I want you to know is that Mary, along with her staff and the city, have embraced our youth for the past 12 years and have prepared them with resume skills, with work skills that will put them in the community a step above and will help them become contributing tax-paying citizens, which is what we all want. Our heartfelt thanks to Mary and her staff.
Thank you. And at this time, I would like to ask Ms. Scott to come forward, please, and say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and of course, special thanks to Councilman Barlow. Mary is outstanding as a supervisor, and we all know that Mary has a passion for working with the young people, not only in the city of Las Vegas, but certainly in the community. Mary's been very involved with the young people for a number of years. She enjoys it. You see a special smile on her face when she's working with the young people in the community. So we really appreciate this award, Mr. Bray. This is very, very good for Mary and the courts. Thank you very much.
And Judge, would you please come forward and say a few words?
Mary, on behalf of all the judges as well as municipal court, I want to commend you and congratulate you on receiving this special honor today. I know how important it is for you to mentor the students in the PAL program, and I think today is some well-deserved recognition for your commitment to them. So congratulations, and we're very proud of you.
I just want to say thank you to Mr. Bray, to our councilman, to you, Judge, to my manager, to my other court employees here, and to all of the youth, because that's my passion. And don't think that this is going to stop here. It is not, because I love working with youth, and I love working with youth in the community. So I will be continuing that as I leave Las Vegas happily. But this has been a good tenure for me. And then, of course, the most important thing, and that has been a highlight recently, is that one of the PAL students will soon be an employee of Las Vegas. So I'm just happy about that. Thank you very much to all of you.
And just real quick, I understand that you have family and friends here. If the family and friends will just please stand up, Mary, and let's give her a round of applause on her retirement. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Mayor.
That's great. Now, for our final item, Councilman Wolfson will recognize June as Pedestrian Safety Month. Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Good morning to you all. As you have seen this morning, we often as a council select items for the ceremonial portion of our meeting to recognize accomplishments and celebrate events. However, as in the case earlier regarding the HIV Testing Awareness Day presentation, we also use this time to bring awareness to important issues and ask the public for their assistance. Our next presentation is precisely for that reason. I'm sure you've heard news reports recently about pedestrians being injured or killed while crossing streets here in our valley. In fact, 1/3 of the people killed this year on our roads were walking, not driving. In fact, when I opened up the newspaper this morning, as I do every morning of my life, and read the section involving what's happening in our city, I read this morning about a 65-year-old woman that passed away from an accident in which she was a pedestrian. Many of these accidents were not the fault of the motorist, but in fact the pedestrians themselves. We work very hard to educate our youth on the importance of using crosswalks, crossing with the light, and staying on the sidewalk when walking from place to place. Today I feel it is necessary to remind adults as well to follow these same simple rules. To help me get this message out, I'd like to ask Detective Bill Redfern to come to the podium. Detective Redfern has been an investigator with the Fatal Investigation Division of Metro and has been with Metro in this capacity for many years. I've known Detective Redfern for many, many years, and I've always thought that I would hate to have your job, Bill, because you do one of the most important jobs in our community. You respond to accident scenes and conduct investigations that are very, very important. So I'd like you to help us educate our viewers on the pedestrian safety awareness issue.
Well, thank you, Councilman Wolfson. I've heard Mayor Goodman say many, many times in the time that he's been mayor that Las Vegas is the greatest city in the world. And I have to agree with him, it is. But we're not perfect. And one of the areas where we need to do some work is in the area of pedestrian safety. As already been said, 1/3 of our fatal accidents in this valley is pedestrian related. Just last week, 2 pedestrians died on our roadways. All of that is needless. Metro is committed and joined forces with all the law enforcement agencies in Southern Nevada to do our part. The City Council and the County Commission are doing their part. But we can't do it alone. We need your help. And I like to say that the solution is you can be part of the solution or you can be part of the problem. The choice is yours. Please make the right choice.
Thank you. Thank you, Detective Redfern. And to help you get your message out, I have a proclamation which I'd ask you to accept on behalf of the mayor and this council, proclaiming June 2008 as Pedestrian Safety Awareness Month. We applaud your efforts at getting this message out, and thank you very much for everything you're doing.
Good seeing you. Okay, that winds up our ceremonial, but we have a whole bunch of people who just came in, and I have the feeling that they're guests from BEATTY. Am I right? From Beatty, Nevada, from the elementary school up there, Beatty Elementary, and welcome to our City Council meeting. Let's give them a big round of applause. May I have one of the representatives come up and tell us about the class? Is this this could be the whole elementary school from Beatty. And why don't all the kids come up here? Come on, let's have a stampede. Now we're talking. Just line up. You're getting on TV.
Our school is John R. Beatty.
Oh, wow. This is the most unbelievable thing I've ever done in my life. Sit down. I don't want you kids up here. Get out of here. Oh, boy, I'll tell you. This is unbelievable. What a terrible staff we have here. I thought we're welcoming our friends from Beatty, Nevada. It turns out this is from Beatty Elementary School in Henderson. First of all, where's Henderson? Okay, see, you're very well-behaved children. Remain seated. Okay. Come on, tell us.
You want to tell you about our school?
Sure.
All right. We are located on Pebble in Maryland, out in Henderson. We are a 12-month school. These are 2 of our 3rd grade classes. We're both track 5. I'm Miss Kish, but recently just got married, so now I'm Mrs. Pache. And then we have Mr. Paris is the other third grade teacher that's with us. And we wanted to take this opportunity to present you guys with some awards and certificates that our students made for you.
Well, isn't that nice?
So, you want to start with?
This is for the major. Thank you for giving us the opportunity.
Yes, thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here, too.
Boy, oh boy, is this cool. Look at this. This is really cool. Thank you very, very much. That's
And then these are the certificates that go with that one.
okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Councilman Stephen Rose.
Councilman Ross.
Next one. Come on. Present it to him.
Oh.
Very nice.
Thank you all very much. Look at that.
And over here.
Councilman Gary Reeves, please.
Very nice.
Councilman Ricky.
Councilman Barlow.
Oh, you want to present? Come on.
And here you go. You're welcome.
Councilman Stephen Wilson.
Yes, sir.
Here.
Wow, let's see.
There you go.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much. My God.
Councilwoman.
Thank you so very much. You are wonderful classes. You are so well-mannered and bright-eyed, and I know you learn lots of things in your school. This is one of the most beautiful awards I've ever had, and I thank you very, very much.
Great, and here's your certificate. Yes. It's okay, you can stand up. Oh, you want to come over here?
Councilman Larry Brown.
And these are for you.
Thank you so much for coming down.
Oh, thank you for letting us.
Somebody tell us who John R. Bailey is?
Best gift I've ever gotten.
Then we know it's John Robert.
Okay, next year when you come back, you'll tell us who John Robert Beatty is, okay? And I won't make the same mistake. I won't think that you're halfway to Tonopah, okay? All right, thank you so much for coming down and joining us. Thank you. Good job. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for coming. That's so nice. Congratulations on your wedding.
Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. Yes. Sure.
Hi, I just wanted to thank Francesca for your girl power comment. I just thought it was wonderful. I love it, and I bet you're going to be up there soon someday yourself on the
You
council.
got a lot of, the girls in my class were very excited.
Good, girl power, that way. Girl power, yeah.
Hi, how are you? How are you? Nice seeing you. You're a pretty young lady. Thank you. Here we go, Beth. Okay. Hi. Hi. Oh, at Susan Coleman. Right, I'm always there every year. Nice seeing you. Okay. Thank you. That's beautiful. You're wonderful. Okay. Great. Good job. Okay.
Where's Cassandra? Cassandra! Cassandra! Come here, come here. Come on.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I love the jersey. I love the jersey. This is perfect.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'll see you at the race next year, okay? Go to the Race for the Cure.
She does.
Right.
Yes, she does.
You see each other every year there.
Yes.
I'll see you. That's good.
Thank you.
All right, how are you? Good, nice seeing you. Keep up the good work. Oh, here's your dad. You got it? Good. See you later. Nice to meet you. Who is I?
It was so nice.
Start with them.
Hi, Gary Reese.
How are you, Young?
I'm fine. You're so comfortable today.
You have all power.
There's really a lot of folks that here all by myself. I was missing the party or something. I didn't know if you joked.
I think I satisfied my obligations. I don't know. Okay, I'd like the record to reflect that from this morning with the RDA agenda that Councilman Barlow and Councilman Brown were excused. And we have a gentleman from Allure who would like to be heard before we get to our formal agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor,
Good morning.
for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I apologize.
No problem. Don't
Stephen
apologize.
Fink, Real Estate Consulting Services, on behalf of SP, Sahara, and Allure. I apologize for my tardiness, but I'm glad the kids from the third grade are still here because people make mistakes in their lives, and if you don't worry about it, learn something from it and move on, everything works out just fine. I'd like to thank, first of all, the City Council acting as a redevelopment agency for approving those TIF notes this morning, as they were a very vital part of the development process for us. And in these trying times in real estate, you all know that it turned out to be something very significant for the developer in this project. So I thank the City Council specifically, though there are a lot of people that I want to thank, and I will do so. Councilman Reese, Susie Martinez in your office is incredibly valuable to the city, as she has helped us from day one in this project. And every time we have some issues, she is a means of communication and a liaison amongst the city agencies to allow us to move forward, and I thank her, and we all thank her at Allure.
I know.
From every agency, the city attorney's office helped us tremendously, the building department, the planning department, civil engineering, fire department, everyone came through at the end of this process when it was very difficult for us to meet the requirements to make sure that the TIF notes were issued this calendar year. And again, we're thankful for that. And one last note I'd like to say regarding TIF, and I believe, Mayor Pro Tem, you had said when we originally had our TIF notes approved some 3 years ago, how important the TIF seemed to be to promote development in the redevelopment area. And it's even more important today that the TIF notes provide a means of additional finance for any developer, because today any lender is going to want to have those TIF notes as additional collateral on which to make loans so that we can continue and further development process in the redevelopment area, which we're looking forward to in our Phase 2 project. So thank you all for your time this morning. Again, I apologize.
No apology
Thank you very
necessary.
much.
It's as though we didn't even hear what you had to say because it wasn't agendized, but wanted to give the opportunity to
Thank you very
express
much.
yourself.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. And I was told that that was appropriate. Okay. Item number 13 is any items from the morning session that the council staff and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 16 is approval of an assignment of permanent easement from the City of Las Vegas to the Clean Water Coalition Desert Inn Road and Hollywood Boulevard. Staff asked to strike. Item number 33 is a parking lot lease agreement number 080253-DK-321 Casino Center Boulevard. Staff asked to strike. Item number 53 is work card appeal Allen Charles James. Metro's asked to strike. And item number 61 is reported by the Nevada Department of Transportation on the status of the Interstate 15 North Design Build project. Staff's requested that be held in advance until our July 16, 2008 meeting. Council members, at this time, is there any other item we need to be forward at this time?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, please.
Only a correction, if you will. It's item number 29, which should read Ward 4 and not Ward 2. If we could just make that
If you make that correction, please.
Thank you.
Any other items? Hearing none, I make a motion to bring these items forward and take the appropriate action, please.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 4. Oh, before we do that, we have a guest with us today, with Councilman Bilo. Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor. Where does this Councilman Bilo come from? But thank you so very much. Today, ladies and gentlemen, I have with me my student intern who will be sitting with me on Wednesday, and I would like for her to introduce herself at this time, please. Her name is Chloe Jordan.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chloe Jordan. As Councilwoman Barlow had stated, I am a native of Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm currently attending, though, the University of Virginia as a second-year student. My major is government. My minor is psychology. And so after that, I aspired to go into civil rights law. So hence why I'm here today. And I'm very grateful to be given the honor to serve as an intern underneath Councilman Barlow's office. And I'm very excited to be here and to be able to see how the procedures are laid out. And I hope to learn more in the future. So with that, prior to going to the University of Virginia, I basically went to the Meadows School and worked a lot with our mayor's wife, Mrs. Goodman. So I had the privilege of doing that as well.
Thank you very much. And all the youngsters down at Beatty Elementary, that could be a real role model. Listen very carefully when you work hard in school, and you study hard, and you're active in all the activities of school, you could go on to great educations and become very, very important for the rest of your life. So keep up the good work. Okay. Item 14 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular City Council meeting of May 21st, 2008, and the special joint City Council and Redevelopment Agency meeting of May 20th, 2008.
Thank you, Your Honor. No questions or deletions or additions. I'll make a motion for approval of these items, or these minutes, please.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 15 through 50 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward at this time? I believe that, let's see, item number 29, Mr. Vincent wanted that pulled forward. Any others? All right. With that, Mayor Pro Tem?
Your Honor,
Yes.
I don't want to bring an item forward, but I need the record to reflect that I will be abstaining from agenda item 38 as I have a professional relationship with the Southern Nevada Water Authority.
Thank you. All right. We could call item 29 now, or would you like to make the motion, Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm going to make the motion right now, Your Honor. I'll move to approve items 15 through 50 with exceptions of 16 and 33 with a correction to item number 29 being in Ward 4 instead of Ward 2 with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carried. Is there any reason that, I think the record's very clear as far as item 29?
Right.
All right. Councilman Wilson, are you satisfied?
Yes, sir.
Very good. All right. Thank you very much. All right. Next book. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Item number 51 is discussion and possible action regarding the First Amendment to Project Manager Disposition and Joint Development Agreement between City Parkway 5, Inc., a Nevada nonprofit corporation, the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, a political subdivision of the state of Nevada, and Newland Communities, LLC, a Delaware limited liability company concerning parcels of land within the Union Park Master Plan, generally located at the northeast corner of the intersection of Bonneville Avenue and Grand Central Parkway. This is in Ward 5. And I think we should also call 52. It's a discussion and possible action regarding the Fifth Amendment to Project Management and Consulting Agreement among City Parkway 5, Inc., a Nevada nonprofit corporation, the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, political subdivision of the state of Nevada, and Newland Communities, LLC, a Delaware limited liability company concerning parcels of land within the Union Park Master Plan, generally located northeast of the intersection of Grand Central Parkway and Bonneville Avenue. Of course, this is in Ward 5 as well. Mr. Adams.
Good morning. Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. These two items respect agreements that you've entered into acting as City Parkway 5 Corporation with Newland Communities respecting the development of Union Park. In this instance, it involves their actual development, their role as developer in Union Park, and the timing of when they would actually purchase and develop their first phase and subsequent phases of residential and retail mixed-use development on Union Park. Due to market conditions, they've asked, and we've concurred at a staff level, subject to your approval, with some revisions to the timing of their development agreement. We're recommending that there be a delay by 12 months of the purchase of their first block, Block F, and then a delay of 14 months for their next block, and a delay of 14 months on all their remaining timing of their block development in Union Park. This requires an amendment to both their development agreement, which is item 52, and their project management and consulting agreement they have with you as City Parkway 5, which is item 52. Let me just point out on the overhead, their actual blocks that they plan to develop. This is the Union Park Master Plan. I know you've seen this previously, but the areas outlined in red are the blocks that are dedicated under the development agreement and the project management and consulting agreement for development by Newland Communities. The first block, which is Block F, is in the center of their blocks, is the subject of a 12-month delay, and then the other blocks would all be pushed back 14 months thereafter. Let me also point out, I think it came up in briefing, and I'll use this as a moment to put their blocks in context of everything going on in Union Park. What is going on at Union Park relative to this property, and this is an aerial photograph that we recently shot within the last few weeks. I don't have the exact date, but it shows a great deal of activity going on in Union Park. Starting at the south end of the site, you can see the Ruvo Brain Institute there under construction. But I think more importantly, you can start to see the edges of curb lines and roads all starting to go in place, which is part of the activity of Phase 1 infrastructure development that you funded through previous bond issue that really starts to form up this master plan on Union Park. Newland's blocks, and particularly Block F, would be approximately in this location here, and then their remainder of their blocks would be in the center of the development of Union Park. And there, just by reference also, there's a soil containment area here where we're storing a lot of the excavated materials that come out of the actual infrastructure development that would be carted off for remediation at a later date. But it just gives you an idea of the activities that are now starting to take place and how it relates to the overall block master plan and Newland's rights under this master plan. Under the development agreements in these revisions, all of the other timing would stay as previously set forth, which means that a year from now, when Newland acquires that first block, they would have 4 months to start construction and then 24 months thereafter to complete construction. Staff does recommend approval of this. Rita Brandon's here to give you an overview of their plans for their residential development of Union Park, which are very exciting.
Ms. Brandon.
Thank you, Scott. Rita Brandon, Newland Communities. Good morning, Mayor Goodman and members of the council. This subject on the agenda today is indeed about a delay. But with each one of you and my briefings over the last 2 weeks, as well as from a public perspective today, I wanted to share with you the activities that we are undertaking and have undertaken and will continue to undertake as we move forward to that construction start in 2009. Our overall program for the first phase of Newland's residential construction will consist of about 212 units. And these units will be a mix of units, including what one might call condo flats, one-story units, as well as 8 two-story townhomes and 7 live-work units, which are also 2 stories. In addition, our program includes about 20,000 square feet of retail. The image that you see in front of you now is that of a 19-story tower. Some of our units will be in that tower, as well as in low-rise, which will be facing and ringing on the promenade, as well as City Parkway. If I may point just for a moment, I'll get you oriented on this particular image. This corner that I'm pointing at is really the corner that is adjacent to the World Jewelry Center's retail building. So the promenade is along the right side of the page, and this is where you'll see the retail frontage. And then near to the left side of the page, this is where you'll see the 2-story walk-up townhomes. Our goal with this program was to get a variety of housing types, also a variety of price points for this housing types, which is why we've included both a low-rise component as well as a high-rise component. We're currently in schematic designs, which then will take a small break over the summer as we design a sales and information center that we're working with the Office of Business Development staff about locating in the spring of 2009, so that we'll have a presence on the site, not just for the Newland residential development, but for the entire Union Park story and brand. So with that, I appreciate your consideration of the item, and I'll answer any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of either Mr. Adams or Ms. Brandon at this time?
Yes, Ron?
Yes, Councilor Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor. Rita, thanks for the briefing yesterday. 2009 is right around the corner.
It is.
Which makes 2011 that much closer, and it's just going to be fantastic. Scott, thank you for providing that aerial. I've been going to Jason's Deli this last few weeks, which is one of the new places in the Mulaski building, as we all know. And my wife goes to the 24-hour fitness in the same building and just raves about that club. But when you sit outside the Jason's Deli on their outdoor patio there, you can see all the trucks and all the activity that's going back and forth to the Union Park area. And it just really brings home what we can look forward to and expect in just the next few years. So just thanks for everything you're doing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other comments or questions? For our friends out at Beatty Elementary, it's interesting, and of course all the others who may be participating either at home or here today. It's very interesting what the city is trying to do here. And we started off at 8 o'clock this morning with what is called our redevelopment agency meeting. And many of the items that we talked about in that meeting this morning concerned activity around what we call Union Park. About 8 years ago, the city of Las Vegas acquired 61 acres right in the heart of our downtown area. It was what's called a brownfield. It's an old railroad site, and it was a piece of land that had just sat there for years and years and years without anything taking place. And once the city acquired that, folks got interested in the surrounding property as well, and we have our World Market Center there and our Chelsea properties, and we've got the Mulaski building, and we've got the IRS building, all surrounding what we call Union Park. And the reason that I'm pointing this out is when you live out in Henderson, the mayor of Henderson will talk about 5,000 acres that are being contemplated for development. And You talk to my friend, the mayor of North Las Vegas, he talks about 7,500 acres about what's going to be developed. But what we're so proud of in the city here are 61 acres right in the heart and soul of everything that takes place in this valley that emits such energy that it's going to make us go to levels that we never dreamed of as a city, with culture and the Performing Arts Center and medicine, with the Brain Institute and the Health Science Center, and new industry with a World Jewelry Mart. So it's very exciting for us when we talk about this, and we have to pinch ourselves sometimes to make sure that we're making sure that it goes forward. But we have to be realistic. And I asked Scott yesterday during our briefing, I said, what's your recommendation? He said he recommends that we give the extension, and we have to be realistic that we're living at a time of very difficult economics. After the subprime broke, everything sort of stopped immediately. It halted, and we have to understand that the private sector is in this not only to make money, but also to make prudent decisions. So with that, I'm going to support the motion for the extension, with the understanding, of course, that you're going to forge forward while this time period lapses, because I personally believe that the market will be back within a year, 18 months at the very, very latest, and I really want us to see this spring out of the ground and be the exciting project that you told us about.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilor Barlow?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. On yesterday, I too had the opportunity of frequenting Jason's Deli for the first time, and it's most definitely a beautiful, beautiful building. I sat down and had a conversation with Mr. Mulaski as I looked out across the 61 acres. And, I sat back and I reflected on, as a little boy, how my friends and I would play in the rail yard, jumping from boxcar to boxcar, playing hide and seek. And I look at that reflection and just smile, because as a little boy, I never thought that the Union Pacific Railroad would ever leave, because that was our playland. And now to have an opportunity as an adult to actually be a part of such great developments taking place in the 61 acres, it gives me an opportunity to once again play as an adult where I played as a youth. And so I'm really excited about what's coming, and I too support the motion here today. And so for that, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for the extension.
Thank you.
Okay, let's vote on. Thank you. Let's vote on 51, please. Opposed? Motion carries. And 52, please.
And once again, I would like to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. That was all. I assume the fees are yes, correct? Yes. Okay. Item 54 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new tavern license subject to provisions of the Planning and Fire Codes and Health Department regulations, LLC Cafe Nevada LLC, DBA Crazy Horse 2 Gentlemen's Club at 2476 Industrial Road. This is in Ward 3. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, I believe Mr. Silver has a request from the council this morning.
Yes, Your Honor and Council, I would ask this matter be trailed to the end of this morning's calendar to accommodate the travel schedules of people who intended to be here today to make a presentation.
And Mr. Silver spoke to me on the phone yesterday and told me he would be making that request, and told him that we'll certainly be amenable to it. So with that, we'll trail this to the end of the morning calendar.
Thank you.
Thank you. Which may come faster than we expected.
Thank you.
Okay.
Then it'll be the morning calendar with the OU.
Right.
Thank you.
All right, 55 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of change of business name and change of ownership for a tavern license subject to Health Department regulations from Just Jazz, Inc., doing business as Just Jazz, to Square Apple, Inc., doing business as the Square Apple at 1000 East Sahara Avenue in Suite 105. This is in Ward 3.
Good morning, Mayor,
Ms.
members of Council. Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. The applicant that we have here today has met our criteria for consideration of suitability, and for consideration of a temporary approval of this change of ownership for this tavern license. And it would be my recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, council members, John Pashota, I'm the new owner of Square Apple.
Very good. Mr. Pashota and myself go back a long, long way, and I have to say that I consider him a friend, but that would in no way affect my ability to sit impartially as far as this is concerned. What kind of business are you going to have, John?
It's just a small tavern, nightclub style, no food, just liquor and music, live music.
Very good. Any questions of any of these folks? All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Move to follow staff's recommendation for all conditions.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Item 56 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new locksmith license for Bobby Ulian, doing business at Bobby's Locksmith at 1605 Cimarron Crest Street. This is in Ward 2.
Mayor, members of council, the applicant that we have today has met our criteria for consideration of temporary approval for this locksmith license, and my recommendation would be approval subject to all conditions.
Very good.
Thank you.
Please identify yourself for the record.
Bobby Ulian.
And Mr. Ulian, would you like to be heard, or?
Not really.
Okay, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. That's fine. All right. Any questions of Mr. Ulian or Ms. Meyer? All right. Councilor Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor. My motion is for approval, consistent with staff's recommendations.
Okay, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Item 57 is discussion and possible action regarding a 6-month review of a temporary massage establishment license for Jennifer Lee, doing business as Jen Salon de Boot. I hope I may have butchered that.
Again, the bouquet.
Oh, pardon me. Jen Salon de Boute?
Yes.
All right. 9090 Alta Drive, and this is in Ward 2. Mr. DeFiore?
Mayor, members of the council, during the past 6 months, the investigative report was completed on Ms. Lee, and you have that in your backup. While we have found no business licensing code violations during the 6-month period, we do find that the contents of the report are a little disturbing in that Ms. Lee did not forthright come forward with the information that was requested, and when this was addressed to her during the interview time, she again did not come forward with the information that was requested in the application. Having said this, we do have the detectives here that provided the report, and Detective Weeks, who gives a presentation representing Metro, but I think the recommendation I'm going to have today for council to consider would be an extension of the temporary license for an additional 6 months with an additional review at the end of that period to see and make sure that she is in compliance with all business licensing code regulations during that time.
All right. Ms. Lee, what do you have to say?
I like the business is going better, so please approve.
Okay, but do you understand that Mr. DeFiore says that there's certain problems, and we don't want to have those problems continue, so you have to be very cooperative, and you have to be very forthright, and have to answer everything honestly and truthfully.
Yes.
Okay? All right. All right. Any other questions or comments? All right, Councilman Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Mr. DeFiore, this is a request to have this massage license in the Suncoast Hotel, is that right?
That's correct.
It's part of a salon, an existing salon, and this is just one room in the salon, is that right?
It's an ancillary part of their salon business. It represents about, I believe, around 80 square feet.
She's had a license for 6 months. There's been no problems with her behavior or conduct as far as the license goes, correct?
That's correct.
We've had no complaints as far as any of the massage therapy services she's been providing.
Correct.
The areas of concern are that when she was given an application for this license and asked certain questions, she wasn't totally forthright in her answers.
That's correct.
And I didn't have the ability to read this report yesterday during our briefing. I've since read it, and I'm pretty concerned. Ms. Lee, I mean, you didn't...
Oh, yeah.
Let me finish, please. You were asked some pretty straightforward questions, and you didn't answer truthfully.
No, I was out. My mind wasn't there, so...
Have you read the... Mr. DiFiore, does she have an opportunity to read the report? Does she know what we put in writing?
At the end of the report, a letter is sent to the licensees, and they're asked to, if they would like to have a copy of the report, they're asked to contact the Metro office to do that. I don't know if she's done that.
Have you read the report?
No.
Do you know what we're talking about right now?
Yes, I know.
What are we talking about?
Well, the investigation Metro was interviewing me and asked me like how many kids I have, and then of course I have 3, and then I go 4, but then that's all it is.
Mr. Mayor, what I'd like to do is, if we could, is pass this for a few minutes and have her sit down with Mr. DiFiore so Mr. DiFiore can share this report, because she's talking about a whole different subject matter than what's in this report. I just want her to be aware of what's in the report.
Fine, no problem.
And then if we can call it back in about 15 minutes.
Sure. Let Mr. DiFiore get through his business, and then you can meet with Ms. Lee. Raise your hand when you feel we should call you back, okay?
Okay.
Good, thank you. All right. Item 58 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new massage establishment license for Mayo Works Massage Clinic and Day Spa located at 2701 North Tenaya Way in Suite 100, and this is in Ward 4.
Mayor, members of council, Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. The applicant that we have before us today has met our criteria for consideration of temporary approval of a massage establishment license, and my recommendation would be approval subject to all conditions.
All right, thank you, and would you identify yourself, please?
Nola Cinepino, owner of My Works Massage Clinic and Day Spa.
Fine. Would you like to be heard? Or?
I'm okay.
Okay, fine. Any questions of Ms. Meyer or Ms. Apino? All right, Councilman Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. Move for approval, subject to staff conditions.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Item 59 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of change of ownership for a tavern license from Gold Spike Hotel and Casino, LLC, to Gold Spike Holdings, LLC, doing business as Gold Spike Hotel and Casino at 400 East Ogden Avenue. This is in Ward 5. Ms. Meyer.
Staff members of council, Mayor, the applicants that we have today have met our criteria for consideration of temporary tavern license, and my recommendation would be approval subject to conditions.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello, Dennis Gutwald from the law firm of Brownstein, Hyatt, Farber, and Schreck at 100 City Parkway, and it's good to be here today. With me is Michael Crandall and Judy Perez from Gold Spike Holdings. Ms. Perez is the compliance officer at Gold Spike Holdings, and Mr. Crandall runs their operations, and we're here to answer any questions regarding this application.
All right. I was advised that there's been a substantial cleaning up, so to speak, of at least the first level. Is that correct?
Absolutely. We are finishing our first phase of the casino floor the first week of July, and we're really excited about this project and excited for downtown also. We think it's a big project for downtown, and we look forward to it.
And when do you think you're going to be able to make the same kind of representation as far as the hotel rooms themselves?
The second we finish the casino floor, we're going to go right into the hotel rooms, and we plan to have that started within the next 2 months.
And completed when?
And completed, we're shooting for the end of the year to have the whole project completed, including the exterior also, and the city blocks around it.
Sounds terrific. It's a very important piece of what we're trying to accomplish in the downtown.
Absolutely, and when Mr. Siegel, Judy, and I met in your office a couple months ago when we first acquired the Gold Spike, we told you that we share in your vision of downtown, and we look forward to making you guys believers and show you that we're really going to follow through with it.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Any other comments or questions?
I just have one more comment. We welcome you to come and walk the project with us so that you could see what we're doing.
All right, thank you very much. I think I'll wait till the rooms are completed. you have a role model out there with the El Cortez, what they did. I mean, that was a disaster waiting to happen, if not actually happened, and now it's an exquisite boutique place, and I expect the same from the Gold Spike, to be quite frank with you.
Absolutely.
Terrific. That's great. All right, Councilor Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. You may want to walk the site, Mayor, prior to the rooms being redone, just so that you can have a before and after effect. But
thank you, Councilman.
I've had the opportunity to sit down with Mr. Siegel as well as Mr. Crandall and Ms. Perez, and I really appreciate the great job that you all have done with acquiring the site and moving in to really upgrade the site and make it a very beautiful hotel casino. So with that, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 60 is discussion and possible action regarding approval of contract number 080268-DK for Paintbrush Gateways Artwork Fabrication Services with one sculpture located at Las Vegas Boulevard and 4th Street, and the second sculpture located between Commerce Street and Casino Center Boulevard along Charleston Boulevard. This is from the Office of Government and Community Affairs. The award recommends Dennis Oppenheim for a $438,000 multi-purpose special revenue fund award to create this public art. Mr. Vincent.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mark Vincent, Director of Finance and Business Services. Normally, this sort of item would be on our consent agenda, but because it's public art, I thought you might want to take a look at, and the public might want to see what we're envisioning there. Before I ask Nancy Diener to come up and share that with you, I thought maybe a little background might be helpful. This project is being funded by a grant from the Nevada Department of Transportation. It requires a matching contribution. The Las Vegas Arts Commission is making that contribution from the Public Art Percent for the Arts Fund. So no general fund money is being used on this project. The total project estimate is $710,000. We had to break this into two separate contracts, one for the artwork, and there will be another contract coming up when the art is completed to be installed and do the site work and the installation. That will be about $270,000. So unless you have any questions, I think Nancy Diener's here, and she can...
Right, and the funds, from the city's point of view, were created as a result of our ordinance.
Yes.
Which provides for 1% set aside for all public works projects.
That's correct. The Percent for Arts was created by city ordinance, and those are the source of the matching funds for the NDOT grant. That's
very
correct.
Good. Thank you. I think it's very important that the public understands that this is not money from the general fund. This is money that is part of our desire to become a world-class city and the reason for our enactment of that ordinance. Yes.
Correct. Nancy Diener, Office of Cultural Affairs. And I'd like to introduce Joshua Abbey, who's chair of the Las Vegas Arts Commission. He's here as well.
Mr. Abbey.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with the mayor and city council this morning. This particular artwork by Dennis Oppenheim, who is a internationally renowned, tremendously accomplished public artist. He has over 30 major public artworks around the world. Will become the cultural landmark of the entire state, in my opinion. It's at least on a par with the Flashlight by Klaus Oldenburg at UNLV, and it will stand to create an enormous amount of attention, positive energy for the Arts District, and I think it's a really important accomplishment that deserves our support.
Do we have an overhead of the project? During our briefing, I saw it.
Yeah, the two sculptures are 50 feet high each. They're in the form of a paintbrush, and they emit a powerful LED light, which will create an archway over the Arts District. The light will be on in the evening hours. It's programmable and is being coordinated with the FAA, so as not to interfere with any flight traffic.
And this is the appropriate perspective, is it not? This is how...
Actually, this is a little deceiving because there will be one on Las Vegas Boulevard and the other one will be quite far west near
by
Commerce.
Main. Yeah, by Main Street.
Right, but the lights will meet.
Right.
They will meet over overhead and form an arch of light.
And the lights could be changed as far as color and intensity?
Correct.
And
They're multicolor, and their intensity can be controlled as well. The Arts District Neighborhood Association helped support this, and they're very much in favor of it. We had over 150 submissions from around the country, and a final group of 4 is where Dennis Oppenheim was selected from.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Abbey or Ms. Diener? All right, does anybody else would like to be heard on this? All right.
I'm David Curtis, Clark County, Nevada. I'm just curious, were any of the 4 finalists local proposals?
Yes, there was one local group of UNLV grad students who were in the final evaluation.
Okay. And I understand the 1% for arts was a given. And I think it's unfortunate, independent of the merit of the submission, I think it's a good submission. It's unfortunate that local funds are, in the end, going to an out-of-state artist who's already really established when it's in a gateway district that's supposed to be supporting local artists. So, thanks.
Okay.
We wanted to give every opportunity to local artists, and because they were in the Final Four, I think that signifies, our attempt to give that opportunity.
All right, no problem. Yes.
Dick Geyer, 18B, the Las Vegas Arts District. Mr. Abbey just took some of the words out of my mouth, except for I would say that we are thrilled to have this. I mean, it's so difficult in the climate we have today to have any of the private developers able to do anything in the area. This has been in the works for a year and a half or so. It was initiated by one of your staff members, the one that works so closely with us, Mr. Kajafis, Yorgo Kajafis, and then the Arts Commission came on board, and we had a very long and laborious day here, you missed it, to pick the finalists, and then finally even more meetings to get down to Mr. Oppenheim. And we are very looking forward to this. I didn't hear a date when we're going to go in the ground, but I hope we'll have one for you soon.
The projected completion is January of 2010.
All right.
Quicker if you can. Thank you. Please move.
Regarding, in some way, what Mr. Geyer was talking about, I read in the paper this morning with a great deal of sadness that one of our poets had his poem stolen from our Poets Bridge, which is in our Centennial Park area. It was, I believe, Mr. Crosby, who is a very accomplished local poet, and somebody actually took the cement out of the ground and walked away with it. And I would hope that we're going to, and I said this in the briefing yesterday, I hope that we're going to protect this very valuable piece of art and make sure that it won't be subject to vandalism and the like. That's very important to me. I don't want to have to go to court every time somebody tries to graffiti it.
Yes, Mayor. That poem was The Long Shot, and we were very upset when that was missing. And we are going to replace that very quickly. And in answer to your comments about how you maintain this, I did go back to the office and I checked with staff, and it is graffiti coated, and it is protected from weather and the light. There was another question about how long the light will run. Supposedly it will run 10,000 hours before being replaced.
I think that would satisfy Councilman Brown's inquiry. Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Your Honor. Mark, Phase 2, have we identified the funding for that portion?
Yes, it's the same funding. The 360 and 350 is a 710 total. This is, I think, 440 for this contract, and then we expect another 270,000 to do the site work and the installation.
And
so
that would be
it's 100% funded.
Out of the 1%?
Yeah. Well, half out of 1%, half out of the NDOT.
And we had this discussion yesterday, but I think it should be part of the public record. It's a great project. It's unique, certainly fitting of what has been created down in this district. But I think we need to create some kind of policy or guideline. So as we see more and more of these success stories come through the 1% program, that we also identify the associated costs, be it maintenance, utilities, long-term labor, so we don't become so successful in creating all this magnificent art that we forget the tail end of where the real expense and impact comes back to the general fund. And I don't know if we could also research the fact that this is RDA, and certainly fulfills the mission of the RDA to create that domino effect. If we could look for ways to enable RDA funding to create the additional synergies in the art district.
And in response to your inquiry yesterday, the city attorney's office advised that Larry Bettis will have the answer to the question as far as the maintenance.
Great.
And whether that comes out of the 1%. We'll be back tomorrow, and I'll advise you as to whatever he says. It's our intention, I believe, as a council, that the 1% will also take care of the operation and maintenance of these projects and not have to look to any other sources in order to maintain them.
Yeah, I understood that yesterday as well.
And along the same lines, Your Honor, if I may, I think, Mark, we also need to work with the Attorney's Office to explore how to get even more creative with the RDA and our abilities by law that we can use that funding source. I think that certainly is going to become critical, going beyond just the traditional programs that we've seen over the last few years, but making sure that we can, again, keep that momentum going and utilize, as these projects come online, that will stimulate the business, that will stimulate the RDA, and making sure that those monies available just continually get committed so we can demonstrate externally that the funds being created are in fact fulfilling the mission of the state law. I'd just like to explore that and become a little more aggressive in what we can do with that, the RDA funding.
Very good. Any other comments or questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Councilman Brown.
Yeah, follow up a little bit with Councilman Brown talked about, and the gentleman who approached the microphone. Recognizing where this funding comes from, that 1% is great, but I would submit to our government and that those dollars are looked at and being reinvested in the community, perhaps a local artist. And you guys are doing a great job, don't get me wrong, but this opens up a larger issue in regards to spending those dollars, reinvesting them back into our community. That's where we need to do that. The economic stimulus is a good example of how those dollars get reinvested back in our community. So if there are tax dollars, they need to be spent here. And that's just my observation, and I appreciate the gentleman's comments about a local artist. So thank you, Your Honor.
Right, thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay, Mayor Protem.
Yes, all those comments on record, I make a motion for approval with all staff members.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. DiFiore, are we ready? We're going to take care of item number 57, which is Ms. Lee.
Mayor, members of the council, Detective Weeks and Detective Montoya and myself had a discussion with Ms. Lee in the courtyard and essentially explained to her what the area of concern was within the report. She acknowledged that she understood what the area of concern was, and she has a statement and a reason for her action during the application process that I think she would like to talk to you about.
Sure, Ms. Lee.
Yeah, I did. I understood it, but I was afraid that I wouldn't get approved.
And that's why?
Yeah.
And that's why you answered the way you did? Well, you know, I'm going to give you credit because I think that's the honest answer.
Thank you.
Rather than try and shuffle around and say I didn't understand or whatever, I think you were basically being truthful with us. You were afraid that if you answered truthfully about a misdemeanor conviction in California 7-8 years ago that we wouldn't give you the license. So you just earned some brownie points by, I think, coming forward and being truthful about it. Second thing I'd like to say is I just want you to understand that we take these massage therapy licenses very seriously. You have an opportunity. You're working in a very successful hotel. Are you the only massage therapist in the hotel?
No, I'm not. I'm just the owner. I just
Okay.
hire the massage.
Oh, you're the owner, I'm sorry.
She's the owner, and she does hire massage therapists to perform massages for beauty salon.
I apologize. Well, you, even more so, you have an opportunity because you're the business owner
Right.
in a very successful hotel. So I appreciate Mr. DiFiore and our Metro friends for talking to you, and I'm going to follow your recommendation. My motion is for another 6-month temporary license. If everything goes well, you come back in 6 months, I'm sure the recommendation will be for a full license. Is that right, Mr. DiFiore?
That is correct.
Okay, that's my motion.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Item 63 is the Audit Oversight Committee. Councilman Brown's term expires July 7th, 2008. He's indicated that he would like to continue to serve in that capacity. I know for a fact that he takes that responsibility very seriously, and I would move to have him reappointed. Which one? No, I spoke to them already. All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. 62? Okay. I'll call 62. 62 is R40, 2008, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the redevelopment agency regarding the participation agreement between the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency and Bilo Market, Inc. for the redevelopment and retenanting of approximately 43,000 square feet of commercial retail shopping center space, formerly operated as Vaughn's Grocery Store within the Edmondtown Center Commercial Shopping Center, located at 1061 West Owens Avenue. This is the $900,000 RDA Special Revenue Fund that we discussed this morning in item number 8 of the Redevelopment Agency agenda. Mr. Adams.
Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. This is simply the consent resolution that you, acting as a City Council, consent to the actions taken by the Redevelopment Agency this morning regarding the participation agreement with Bilo Market. By approving this resolution, you're making the actions of the RDA effective this morning.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions of Mr. Adams? All right, Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor. I want to thank you also for carrying the item this morning as it relates to the agreement that has been struck between Bilo Market and Vaughn's here in the historical West Las Vegas community. I can share with you that the community of West Las Vegas is really excited about the opportunity of bringing in a new grocer. As you may or may not know, for those who are listening and viewing today, that Vaughn's left the area of Owens and J Street in 2004, and since then left the community without a grocery store until as of recent. And so for that, Bilo Market has come in, and I'm very excited about the grocer because they operate approximately 26 stores in Southern California, and they're looking to break into the Las Vegas community. And so for that, this is their opportunity to do so. And so they're very excited about the opportunity and also employing those members within the community to work in the store. And very shortly, we will be announcing the date and location for the job fair that I will be working with the market with as well. So with that being said, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation of this resolution for approval.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Adams. Okay, item 64.
That's really Councilman Bilo now, right?
That's correct.
Councilman Bilo.
Bill number 2008-17 establishes new regulations for cable television operators and other video service providers, consistent with NRS Chapter 711 as amended. Councilwoman, do you wish to have it read?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Councilwoman. Bill number 28-17, an ordinance to repeal and replace cable television service and other video service regulations and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you. And Councilwoman, your motion, please.
Move to approve.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 65 is Bill number 2008-27, annexation number ANX 27240, property located on the east side of Oso Blanco Road, approximately 875 feet north of the Kyle Canyon Road alignment. Councilwoman, do you wish to have this read?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Bill number 28-27, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particular describe the land to be annexed, makes it Hampton subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and provide for other related matters.
Thank you. And your motion, please.
Move to approve.
Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 66 and 67, which are bills 2008-20 and 2008-28, they're eligible for adoption at a later meeting, so we're going to move on to the new bills. And the new bills, items 68 and 69, which are bills 2008-29 and 2008-30, will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, July the 1st. Would you please read those, Mr. Jervik?
I will, Your Honor. Thank you. Bill number 28-29, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particular describe the land to be annexed, makes it Hampton subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and provide for other related matters. Bill 28-30, an ordinance to update the provisions of the city sign regulations regulating the enforcement, remedies, and penalties, and provide for other related matters.
All right. Councilwoman, will you be available July the 1st?
Yes.
Thank you. And Council Barlow, will you be available?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, very good. Then we'll assign these bills to you. There has been a request to trail an item to the end of our morning calendar. Are the folks here on item number 54, which is discussion of possible action regarding temporary approval of a new tavern license for LLC Cafe Nevada LLC, Crazy Horse 2 Gentlemen's Club? Anybody here on their behalf? Mr. Silver is, I hope he didn't run out of town.
Mr. Mayor?
No.
I believe Mr. Jervik is out in the quad looking for him right now.
Fair enough. All right, we'll be in recess then until Mr. Jervik returns.
They weren't outside, Your Honor.
They are outside?
They are not outside.
Well, no? Uh-huh. No, I think it's they're supposed to be here now. I don't know where they are. Yes, sir.
I'll look.
You can look? Okay, because we were asked to render a courtesy here, which we did, and okay. Recess again. Okay, Mr. Silver, called item number 54, which is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new tavern license, subject to the provisions of the Planning and Fire Codes and Health Department regulations for LCC Cafe Nevada LLC, doing business as Crazy Horse 2 Gentlemen's Club at 2476 Industrial Road in Ward 3. One moment. Okay, Mr. DeFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, this is an abeyance item, as you're well aware of, and over the last 2 weeks, there has been no contact with my office regarding the financing, which was the major concern of the application all along. Just late yesterday afternoon, I did receive a Ninth Amendment purchase and sale agreement.
It may have been your concern, but my concern also was Metro report of the applicants. I haven't seen any Metro report yet either.
And there will not be a Metro report for this meeting. It's likely that there will be travel during the investigation if the application is to go forward, and it could be months before we see a report.
I was concerned about the Metro report also, but I just want that on the record.
Okay.
Okay, and I want the record to reflect I'm concerned about everything. Okay.
Okay. Well, having said that, there is a new financial package at least being proposed, and there is a new escrow closing date, I believe, of June 24th. I'm going to say that at this point, there is no recommendation because there is no determination of preliminary suitability. As you're well aware of, suitability does include essentially the entire package, which would be the suitability on the applicants, on the principles of the business. With a new financial package being submitted or proposed to be submitted, we have no names per se for us to do an investigation. There is no financial document that we've been able to review, so there is no need for me to take this any further, at least in the recommendation form. Mr. Silver may have more information to add to that, but I'm not ready to go forward with a recommendation for approval of the temporary license at this time.
All right, fine, and so that the record is full on this, Mr. Jervik, there has been a court action set for when?
All right, that's June 24th at 3:30 in United States District Court.
All right, June 24th at 3:30. And are you going to put on the record, Mr. Silver, the contents of our conversation yesterday, which apparently was very much in substance the same conversation that you had with Mr. Henry and with the Mayor Pro Tem?
I would like, Your Honor, to give you the benefit of whatever information I have as of this minute and this hour of the day.
All right, fair enough. Go ahead.
Thank you. This application, excuse me, for the record, my name is Jeffrey Silver, Gordon Silver Law Firm. We are counsel for the LLC Limited, the applicants for a temporary liquor license, Mr. Patel and Mr. DuPont. This is the proverbial last exit on the freeway. As I understand it, there are no other council meetings between now and June 30th at which this application can be reheard or heard in any fashion.
That's right and wrong, in the sense that we always have the prerogative of calling a special council meeting, but I don't believe anybody has the intention of doing that as far as this matter is concerned.
All right. So next services are never in terms of this roadway.
Right.
Therefore, it's important for us to take a look at all that we have before us today to see if we can make some kind of a decision that might be more favorable than what has preliminarily been indicated. My grandmother, who was from the old country, used to say, timing is everything in life. And I didn't know exactly what that meant as a younger man until I started buying stocks, and I realized very quickly that I wasn't adept at having the right timing in terms of my personal investments. But in this particular case, it was said to me earlier this morning, who would have thought that there would have been difficulty in financing an adult use club in Las Vegas, Nevada, given all that we suspect that we know about this business. Well, that was then, and this is now, as we all know. This is the new normal for us, at least for the short term. And what might have looked like a slam dunk deal in 2007 obviously has a great deal of difficulty in 2008. The times have changed, and finding financing for a venture such as this has become far more difficult. In our particular case, we thought we had a lender that was going to finance the entire transaction. That dropped out. Subsequently, the lender that we had has reduced the amount of money that was going to be loaned on this transaction from $16 million to now it looks like $4.8 million until such time as a MAI appraisal has been offered to them because of the changing market conditions. We can do this MAI appraisal, but it's going to take probably something in the neighborhood of 3 weeks to do it. I met with some individuals this morning a few minutes ago, and they said they had an individual appraiser in Las Vegas who possibly could do a 1 week turnaround.
Yes. Mr. Silver, has there been an appraisal of this location? Has there been an appraisal at this location for this applicant? Has there ever been an appraisal?
There has been an informal appraisal done by bank representatives, but not an official MAI appraisal that was necessary.
MAI means made as instructed?
Yes. We've all joked about the value of an MAI appraisal, but obviously
how can the banking think about loaning money without an appraisal?
Well, at the time, everybody assumed that this property was worth at least that sum of money, and I cannot speak for what the government may have done in terms of creating the value that it used in order to accept a purchase price at the level that they had. We're looking at a $32 million purchase price, and somebody was willing to offer that amount of money for the property. That purchase price...
Without an appraisal.
Well, I don't know that they had an appraisal at the time, but they thought that based upon the cash flows of the business, which were hefty, that using normal multiples for this kind of business, that the $32 million purchase price was warranted. So I don't know that they needed to value the real estate or looking at this thing in any other fashion other than the fact that it was generating over $1 million a month in cash flow. So that supported a purchase price of $32 million. Now, of course, the business has been closed. Whatever value the goodwill has had may have dissipated over the months of closure. And there are potentially uncertainties about the licensing because only a temporary can be granted under the short term. This has made lenders queasy about going through with the original transaction. And, frankly, we possibly had placed undue reliance on these individuals. We have advanced our clients over $1 million in personal monies in the furtherance of this transaction, and most of that money is at risk at this point. We have tried to deal with the federal government, the Marshal Service, and you've heard from those individuals that they have certain constraints on what they're willing to do. In fact, I had asked as recently as this morning whether or not an 8-hour permit like we do for gaming locations might not be available to us, and was told that so long as the title remains in the federal government's hands, they are not going to agree to be the landlord for even an 8-hour period for a business such as this. So based on that, I really have nothing to offer relative to that kind of a scenario. So what we must do is we must buy this place from the Marshal Service. And in order to buy this place from the Marshal Service, we have to do two things. We have to agree that the first mortgage holder, which is the bank, has to be taken out. And there are other lien holders that are in line, judgment creditors, that are in line, including the city. But we need a minimum of $9.5 million in order to take the first lien holder out, to give whatever lender we might have a first position on the property and take the Marshal Service out of ownership. So that's our dilemma. So we've got this 24 Capital, which was originally our lender for a big chunk of the down payment, and the Marshal Service was discussing the possibility of a carryback on their own for the remainder that would allow us to close by taking out the first and provide some money for some of the other lien holders. Now that first money has been reduced, so we don't think we have enough even to do the initial closing. So we contacted the other sources that were interested in this property, and there was a gentleman that had been one of the bidders and had dropped out of the bidding. He was personally vetted by the Marshal Service and found, when I say vetted, what the vetting is that the person is not deemed to be associated with organized crime or have any of the connections that would have caused the Marshal Service not to want to enter into an agreement with them. It's not the kind of thing that the Metropolitan Police Department and Mr. DiFiore's office might do. It's not the kind of extensive background check. This individual has been vetted by the Marshal Service and said, okay, I'll come forward again, and I'll either partner up with...
What is his name, please?
Michael Kinzis. I will come forward, and I will either partner up with the existing applicants, or I will enter into a loan agreement with that individual and provide that loan could be converted to some sort of an equity position at a future date after having submitted an application. And that's essentially where we're at right now. We do not have the money to close this transaction on our own. We have this other individual and his lenders out there that have not been appropriately vetted by the Metropolitan Police Department. And the only thing I can say is that if we're not going to get a subsequent hearing, a special meeting, then as a final request or a plea, I would ask that since there has been some work, at least preliminary work by the local authorities here, we've provided, for example, as a basis for a temporary license, we provided the scope report from the local area where Mr. Patel and Mr. DuPont live, from their police agencies, and have provided it as a part of their application. It seemingly showed that they are clean individuals, as that term is used, and therefore our hope would be to at least get an approval for them to receive a temporary license subject to their ability to get the financing by the end of this month. And that's the best that we could hope to walk away from here, at least to have something in place that would allow for some administrative discretion to allow this business to reopen on that short term before the time limit expires. There are reasons why we would want to do this. There are people that are in line that I've already discussed with you concerning their needs, and I'm not going to go into any detail with respect to that, but I do hope that there is a reason why we can grant something today that would be self-executing in terms of an approval.
All right, thank you. From my perspective, Mr. Silver, you don't have to plead. You're the messenger, and the message that you deliver to me is, under the circumstances, very unsatisfactory. It doesn't go to your clients, doesn't go to the folks who are here, but from the inception, the way this matter has been handled, I've said it before, I'll say it again, I am going to sleep like a baby tonight because I'm not going to have any guilty conscience that people who feel that they're entitled to money or have money coming to them aren't getting it as a result of the fault of the City of Las Vegas, because we are not at fault. We were omitted from the settlement process initially. The council was never consulted. We weren't briefed. There was no request of us as to what our attitude or opinion would be as far as future licensing is concerned. The federal government has had this property for months now. They failed to contact any of us, to my knowledge, until such time as we met about a week and a half ago, where there was a gentleman from the Marshal Service who was speaking to us telephonically from Washington, D.C., and was very noncommittal and indicated at that time that they're not interested in taking over the property because the federal government doesn't do things like that. Well, he's all wet, too, because we know that at least the IRS took over the Mustang, and they ran the Mustang in order to preserve their asset on a forfeiture basis. And if the Marshal's office doesn't want to do it, that's their fault, not the City Council's fault. You did mention that there was going to be a banker here today. Is he here?
There is a banker here.
No, well, the banker was going to represent, at least as far as my understanding yesterday, that the money is in hand, basically, and they're ready to come forward and pay for the whole thing. I doubt that.
Let me explain who is here.
Okay.
There's a gentleman in the audience. There's two gentlemen in the audience from a company called PCB, Premier Capital Bancorp.
Is it from Salt Lake?
No.
Okay. We're always told the money's coming from Salt Lake. For some reason, it never gets to us. But that's okay.
This is non-religious money.
Okay.
This is from Orange, California. These individuals are working with a company that is supposed to be the lender. And
so that's the problem. That's the problem. Even if we wanted to help you, it's so nebulous at this point in time. I think we would be derelict in our responsibility to have this last a second longer, to be honest with you. And if, in fact, some court feels that we're doing something wrong, which I think we're absolutely acting within our jurisdiction and preserving the police power, which has been reposed upon the City of Las Vegas, and I'm hoping that the city attorney will vigorously oppose any attempt to have our action set aside, because I think that we know what's best for our constituent and what's best for our community.
Well, one thing I would request, Your Honor,
Yep.
is that you not take an action that would be precipitously negative.
Well, it's not, nothing we're doing is going to be precipitous, I can assure you of that.
The reason I'm saying that is because there are miracles, and the miracles can happen in which, and there might be some compelling reasons why I would want to approach you for a special meeting by the end of the month.
Well, there are always miracles, but not when it comes to the Crazy Horse.
Mayor Goodman, may I ask just two questions, please? The first regards the procedure for calling a special session. If this council or Your Honor were to decide, Mr. Silver were to come forward with this miracle information, what do we do to call a special session? Can it be called in 5 days notice or something? What is the notice requirement? Mr. Jervik?
The notice requirements under NRS are 3 business days, full business days, before you can have a special meeting.
Okay, so that's another piece of timing that we need to consider. And my second question goes to the Metro report. Your clients, the 2 gentlemen that you came and introduced to me, and I'm sure my colleagues, you provided the local scopes from the locales where they live and work to Mr. DiFiore or to Metro. But that's not much. My question is, who's at fault here in not having a Metro report? Is it Metro because they're so busy, or is it your clients that failed to do something to allow Metro to come forth with a report?
It's absolutely not Metro's fault.
Okay.
These investigations, and as you recall, the previous applicant on this, the investigation took well in excess of 6 months. These investigations normally take between 4 and 6 months. The state of West Virginia, the state of South Carolina, where these 2 individuals reside, may not be as willing to share the information as California, Arizona, our closer states. So I'm presuming that the detectives are going to need to travel. And I know that
so if they need to travel, who pays for that travel?
The applicants pay for that
Have
travel.
the applicants written a check to Metro to cover the expenses and the time involved to allow them to travel?
To my understanding, they have not written a check. I don't know that the request has been made to this point, but again, it's still the initial stages of the investigation.
It just seems to me that the process, maybe there's no fault on either side, but the process itself is not providing you with an adequate opportunity.
Well, the process is what it is. I mean, we have not been buyers for 6 months. We've only come into this application process in fairly recent
Well, and I know that. I guess that's my point, is that because you've only come in fairly recently, we have our own constraints.
We have satisfied.
Even if you came forward with a financial ability, Metro would not be in a position right now to provide us with the kind of report we're looking for on the suitability question.
You never get that, or you don't usually get that.
Well, we get a preliminary report.
What you get is, like for any kind of a temporary license, I mean, this is not final licensing, obviously. And for anyone to come in and ask for a temporary, it's a different situation. The temporary is there anything that we know about this applicant from the locale where he lives? If it's local, then it would be a local scope, or if it's out of town, it would be an out-of-town scope. That would preclude us from giving this individual a temporary permit, subject to the final investigation by the police department. Once the temporary is issued, the Metropolitan Police Department will ask for a sum of money, if they need it, for travel expenses to go elsewhere. And then they'll take their time in working on it. That's why when you give a temporary, it's up to 6 months normally in order for that temporary to expire. Because the Metropolitan Police Department uses that time in order to decide whether a permit is recommended.
And I understand that process, and the last point I'll make is that with the history of this property and the history of everything that's involved, that wouldn't be enough information for me, personally. I would want more than just the initial scopes, because I know the initial scopes tell us one thing, but they really don't tell us much. That's just an observation I'm going to make.
Mayor, may I put something else on record as well? Having heard Mr. Silver talk about another individual who may be involved in the loan and the financing of this, Mr. Michael Kinzis, Mr. Kinzis appears, based upon Mr. Silver's description, to be a principal in the operation. And I'll have Mr. Jerbick help me on this, but under 6.06051, temporary license purpose, under B, it says a temporary license shall not be granted under this section unless all principals required to be approved for suitability have submitted a complete investigation packet for determination of suitability and paid all applicable fees. Now, up to this point, we've had Mr. Patel and we've had Mr. DuPont submit their investigation for suitability. Having heard this today, I believe we have another applicant for principal to be considered, and there is no application on record, so I don't think they qualify at this point for a temporary license.
Yeah, I would concur with what Mr. DiFioria said, that if Mr. Kinzis were to be a principal at this juncture, then we do not have an adequate application package on file. But the only way that I saw that this thing could be constructed is if Mr. Kinzis wanted to loan money to these individuals who are already on file, with the understanding that at some point in the future, if he decided to convert that loan into equity, and he could clear the investigative process and have an application package submitted, then he could do so. But as we stand right here, if he's coming in for an equity piece, as we have this application presently constituted, we would definitely agree that it's not adequate.
And no businessman with any acumen whatsoever would loan under that circumstance, and I think there's almost a presumption that if a loan like that were to take place, there's an expectation of an interest in the property.
Mr. Kinzis might be here in the audience at this point.
I really don't want to embarrass him, because right
he's
now,
here.
I would embarrass him. I don't want to. Okay, any other comments or questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Your Honor. These are licenses to me are really privileged. They're very special. They're something that we have to really. I think that this council in the past we've proved that we've always taken these seriously. The original applicant's background investigation, the two originals, they're not complete. I'm not satisfied with that. The proposed financing, to me, is jump from this side to this side to this side, and to me that's incomplete at this time. And then the most recent proposal for financing runs through Mr. Kinzis, and his background, to me, should also need to be checked, which we won't have time to do that either. And like I said earlier, this mayor and council, we have denied applications that came before us for temporary liquor licenses for a lot less than these reasons. So therefore, I'm going to make a motion for denial of this application at this time.
All right, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much for your indulgence in this matter, and I realize it's been a difficult time for all of us.
I'm sitting here as an aside, and I know the way you conducted business when you were in a very responsible position with the gaming board, and I'm saying to myself in the back of my little mind here that had you been sitting in this seat, you would have done the same thing. But that's all I'm saying.
Thank you.
All right, we're in recess until 1 o'clock. Straight from the Olympic Garden.
Straight from the world.
That the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item numbers 74, 75, and 76. Extension of time 28036, extension of time 28035, and extension of time 28034. CSC Investments, Inc., et al., on 3.08 acres, adjacent to the north side of Deer Springs Way, approximately 330 feet west of West Durango Drive. The applicant's withdrawn that without prejudice. And item 91 and 92, variance 27280 and special use permit 27281. Terry Helms appeal from the denial by the Planning Commission of a proposed habitable accessory structure at 809 Upland Boulevard. The applicant would like to hear that on July 2nd, 2008. And item number 98, resolution of condition 27304, Dr. Horton, 2.53 acres between Mauguson Road and Log Cabin Way, 550 feet west of Durango Drive, 125-05-510-002. The applicant would like that to be held in advance until our September the 17th, 2008 meeting. Council members, are there any other items that we need to bring forward at this time? Hearing none, Your Honor, I make a motion we bring these items forward, take the appropriate action, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 71 through 79 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? That would be items 71 through 73 and 77 through 79, please.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll make a motion to approve those items with all conditions, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right. Now we're going to item number 80, and I'd like to advise everybody that items 80 through 85 may be considered in one motion with one vote. They're considered routine public hearing items with no condition changes. All public hearings will be opened at one time. Any person representing an application or member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all the standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have the item removed from this portion of the agenda. Does anybody on the council wish to remove items 80 through 85? All right. Then I'm going to declare items 80 through 85 to be public hearings and declare the public hearings to be open. I'm going to read each item into the record. Item 80 is VAC 27239, a vacation. The applicant is Siegel Group Nevada, Inc. The owner is Gold Spike Holdings, LLC. Petition to vacate a portion of a 20-foot wide public alley generally located 140 feet west of the northwest corner of Ogden Avenue and Las Vegas Boulevard. This is in Ward 5. 81 is VAR 27734. The applicant owner is Bani Granados. Request for a variance to allow two 57-foot wide lots where 65 feet is required on .71 acres at 170 Paco Street in Ward 3. 82 is RQR 26970, a required 2-year review. The applicant is Clear Channel Outdoor. The owner, River Park Roman numeral 4 LLC, required review of an approved special use permit which allowed a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise billboard sign at 6118 West Sahara Avenue in Ward 1. 83 is SUP 27693, special use permit. The applicant owner is Centennial Gateway LLC. Request for a special use permit for a proposed beer wine cooler off-sale establishment within an approved 13,969 square foot general retail establishment, quote, grocery store, end quote, at the northeast corner of Ann Road and Buffalo Drive in Ward 6. 84 is SUP 27749, special use permit. The applicant is Tower Realty and Development LLC. The owner is 701 Shadow LLC. Request for a special use permit for a proposed social service provider at 701 Shadow Lane in Ward 5. And finally, under our one motion, one vote, 85 is SDR 27728, a site development plan review. The applicant is CBS Outdoor Advertising. The owner is TIE Inc. Request for a sign development plan review to raise an existing 65-foot tall off-premise sign, a billboard, to a height of 85 feet on .51 acres at 333 North 11th Street in Ward 5. As I said, all of these are public hearings. They've been declared open. May I have a motion to approve items 80 through 85?
Public hearing?
They are all public hearings. If anybody would like to be heard, be happy to hear from you on any one of these items, on either Anyone? Okay, I see nobody, so we'll close the public hearing then. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. May I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd make a motion to approve items 80 through 85 with all conditions, please.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. 86 is SUP 2385. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant is Metro PCS Nevada LLC. The owner is D&W Inc. Appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for a special use permit for a proposed 10-foot extension to an existing 60-foot tall wireless communication facility, non-stealth design at 120 North Jones Boulevard in Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend denial. It's a public hearing which is now declared open. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is William Daly, 500 Amigo Court, Las Vegas. I'm representing Metro PCS.
All right, be happy to hear from you, sir.
Okay. Metro PCS has been working with Councilwoman Tarkanian's office concerning the design of the tower that was denied at the Planning Commission. The request had been to make it a stealth tower, and with the addition of an interested third carrier, the tower company that we're dealing with has allowed us to do a drop and swap the tower out for a stealth tower.
Non-stealth?
No, this will now be stealth.
I see.
We've resubmitted drawings. The drawings we submitted showed it at 75 feet with the palm fronds. We've talked with the planning staff today, and we've agreed to 70 feet with the palm fronds, reaching 70 feet. And we are looking to remove the existing tower, place a new tower on the property, co-locatable for up to 3 carriers at least, and provide service for that area of the Las Vegas community, which Metro PCS caters to that demographic and is looking to make sure that they have a presence in that market.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the gentleman? All right, folks, a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilwoman Tarkanian?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify with Margot, if I might, that he has presented the information necessary for this.
Yes, Councilwoman and Mayor, if I may, there would be some changed conditions based upon the changed circumstances. Condition number 1 would be changed to read the conformance to all minimum requirements under LVMC Title 1904-010 for wireless communication facility, stealth design, monopalm. Additionally, a new condition that the applicant shall provide revised elevations showing the wireless communication facility, stealth design, monopalm at a maximum height of 70 feet prior to the issuance of building permits.
Now, that means that the 70 feet is the top of the palms.
That's correct.
It's not anything higher than that.
That's correct,
And then
Councilwoman.
secondly, I believe when we spoke, I asked that the palm that you select for stealth be approved by planning.
Correct. In the palm that you had requested, I believe at the time I misidentified as Mexican fan. It's the date palm is the model that you showed preference for from the monopalm farm up there at near Centennial.
And I think you're right. The only thing is that sometimes there were date palms and then there were date palms. And I just want to make sure that if this additional footage is being allowed there, that we do have a stealth and that it's a very good-looking stealth. And I'm counting on planning and development through Margot Wheeler that they will check that out.
I would recommend, Councilwoman and Mayor, adding an additional phrase to the new condition that the planning and development staff shall approve the exact design of the monopalm prior to issuance of building permits.
Excellent wording. Thank you. I would then move to approve.
All right. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call items 87 through 90. 87 is SDR 27497. The applicant is the Tapestry Group, Inc., the owner, City of Las Vegas, et al. Request for site development plan review for proposed 252-unit, 2- and 3-story multi-family development intended for affordable housing with a waiver of the residential adjacency standard to allow a 50-foot setback where 70 feet are required on 15.25 acres adjacent to the north side of West Cliff Drive, approximately 595 feet east of Tenaya Way. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is in Ward 1. Number 88 is ZON 27496. The same applicant, the same owner. Request for a rezoning from U, undeveloped, row, right-of-way, general plan designation, and CV Civic to R PD 24 residential plan development 24 units per acre, and CV Civic on 15.25 acres adjacent to the north side of West Cliff Drive, approximately 595 feet east of Tenaya Way. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. Number 89 is VAC 27747. Same applicant, same owner. Petition to vacate a 60-foot wide public right-of-way grant generally located east of Tenaya Way, approximately 950 feet north of West Cliff Drive. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. Number 90 is SDR 27497. The applicant is the Tapestry Group, Inc., the owner, City of Las Vegas et al. Request for a site development plan review for a proposed 252-unit, 2- and 3-story multifamily development intended for affordable housing with a waiver of the residential adjacency standard to allow a 50-foot setback where 70 feet are required on 15.25 acres adjacent to the north side of West Cliff Drive, approximately 595 feet east of Tenaya Way. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. All these items are in Ward 1. They're all public hearings, which I now declare open. And Senator Bryan, are you representing the applicant?
I am, Your Honor.
I'd be happy to hear from you.
I appreciate that. Mayor and members of the council, for the record, I'm Richard Bryan of the law firm of Lionel Sawyer and Collins, 300 South 4th Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89101, and I am here on behalf of the applicant. Your Honor and members of the council, I think it may be helpful to provide a little context in terms of how we got here and the issue before you today. As you'll recall, Tapestry is a nonprofit corporation formed under Arizona law approximately 9 years ago, has qualified as a 501c3, and throughout the country has acquired various projects for affordable or workforce housing, is currently under construction for at least one other and is moving through the process, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. Tapestry began its conversations with the city more than 3 years ago. I became involved in the early part of 2005. Obviously, the Southern Nevada Public Lands Management Act, which is a critical piece of what we're going to be discussing today, is a piece of legislation that I have some familiarity with in my former life. It specifically provides for affordable housing to be made, land to be made available for that purpose. The city itself has taken a very strong stance in terms of affordable housing. In your most recent statement of policy, the city has said, in effect, with respect to barriers to affordable housing, that the city's policy is to assist affordable housing developers with the development process and how to obtain project building permits in a timely manner. It also indicates it will explore possible incentives for developers of affordable housing, such as density bonuses. And then finally, it makes reference to the fact to work with the Bureau of Land Management to purchase federal lands to be set aside for affordable housing development, the point that I just referenced a moment ago. Shortly after the conversations began with the city, Mr. Richard Gibb, who had been retained by Tapestry, began to look at the BLM sites that might possibly be available. And there was perhaps a dozen or more that he looked at, and essentially those got pared down to a couple because some of the BLM sites were identified for other public purposes. The Water District needed a site, a library site is a possibility, some other public purpose. And so essentially it came down to a couple of sites, one that was in Councilman Ross's district, and we had some conversation with him early, and the one that's before us today. Now, I think it's important to emphasize that in working very carefully with the neighborhood services staff, they indicated that that would certainly be an acceptable site, and they encouraged us to pursue the application. And that's what, in effect, brings us here today.
Senator, there was a prior proceeding where the council took action.
That is correct, Your Honor. I was going to get to that, but you're absolutely right.
That's fine.
I
don't want to.
No, and I don't want to be. I know your time is limited, so I will try to be as brief as I can, but sequentially. And then what occurred is that we began a negotiation with the development agreement with the city. And Mr. Lewis, your deputy city attorney, was involved in that. That took a protracted period of time, and it's not my purpose here to complain, but I think we worked months and months and months, and ultimately got the development agreement. And Your Honor and members, that is what on November of last year, which was before us, the development agreement, which then allowed us to go forward and then to be before you today on the matters that are on the agenda. Let me just refresh your recollection. There's controversy attached to this proposal, and part of the controversy, as you'll recall, is that some members of the council, and I certainly respect their view, believe that there ought to have been an RFP, and they cite the county by way of an example. Let me say that, first of all, Tapestry did not suggest the process by which it should move forward. We were told that the city's process, and I don't think there's any dispute on that it would be upon the developer to seek the necessary land entitlements to go forward. And that is the issue before you today on the 4 agenda items before you. I think it's important to emphasize the distinction between the RFP process that the county uses and what you have chosen, at least as of the time that this application was processed. With respect to the RFP process that the county uses, the county gets all of the entitlements. In other words, in the county, it would not be the developer appearing before the county commission to seek necessary zoning or general plan amendments or all of the variances and that sort of thing that might be required for a project. That's already approved. So that when it goes out to an RFP, all of the developers are aware that, look, that particular parcel has been approved and the RFP goes forward. That is in marked contrast to where we are today.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Just for clarification, does that apply to BLM land as well?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, the 2 projects that are involved in the city that involve BLM land went through that process.
But I'm talking about the county. The RFP process would also apply to BLM land as well.
Right.
And may I ask Margot, if you know, Margot, why do we do it differently than the county?
Sir, that would not be a planning matter. I think maybe Mr. Sanchez could speak to that.
I mean, just out of curiosity, because we're talking about some issues here, I'm just curious, why do we do it differently than the county?
Mayor, when this came up, we did not have a policy in place, and what we did is we received unsolicited requests for proposals. Tapestry approached us with a deal that said they will not require any city financing at all. Right. It looked like an attractive deal to us. We were back then really behind the curve trying to get affordable workforce housing, and we said we would recommend it. We went forward, but now we do have a policy for any further future BLM property that they will go to the proposal process based on your direction.
And my purpose, Councilman Wilson and other members of the staff and of the council, is not to be critical. I'm just trying to draw that fundamental distinction, which is significant. So in this particular case, and Mr. Wilczewski, who is the principal that you've had talked with members of the council previously, fully understood that the risk was on him. And he spent, obviously, several $100,000 to get to this point. We recognize that's a risk to here. At the time, it was suggested that maybe there was something inherently unfair, that a lot of other developers might want to come forward and provide affordable or workforce housing. To the best of our knowledge, as I have been led to believe, and staff, and nobody else has come forward. It's not exactly as if there's a line where people are queued up and say, we want to do workforce housing. So I would like to disabuse the notion that somehow Tapestry got some kind of an unfair advantage. They were the only applicant that was moving forward with it, and to the best of my knowledge, and I want to be careful, I'm not aware of anybody else. As Councilman Wolf said,
I'm not sure that's relevant either.
Well, I'm not sure that it is either, but to the extent that there was somehow others were disadvantaged because they didn't get a chance to participate, everybody was free to pursue the policy that Mr. Sanchez has suggested. As we pointed out, we seek no incentives financially from the city. We're not asking for any federal. This is not Section 8. It's not that kind of thing. The next question that came up that I think might be helpful for the council to get an update on, it was represented at the time that projects in Florida were ongoing. One of the projects, which is identified as the Springfield, Florida project, that is currently in construction, and to the extent that it may be relevant here is the construction that's in place. Currently, I believe it's scheduled to be completed later on this year. If that becomes a question for the council, we'll be happy to respond. Panama City, another project, the development agreement, they call it something a little different, but has been approved, and that is moving forward. It's not been finally approved, but from all of the indications, it's just one step from getting final approval. And there was a third project that was referenced that is a senior project that is in Lynn Haven, Florida. The zoning has been approved for that and the general plan amendment, and that needs to go through whatever their steps are as well. The reason why I brought that up, there was some question as to whether or not Tapestry was capable of constructing such a project, and I offer this information in that context. So I would respectfully submit, members of the council, Mayor, that the issue before you today is this an appropriate land use? Is this an appropriate land use? Obviously, your staff, in directing us to look at the project with the recommendation that's before you, has reached its conclusion in the affirmative. These matters were debated before the Planning Commission, and your Planning Commission has approved this as an appropriate land use. Undoubtedly, you've seen a newspaper article this morning that I think bears some relevancy. The Review-Journal story in terms of dealing with the city of Las Vegas, how you're constrained because of some of the geography that you have, and that's going to become increasingly important to use infill. And as you all know, a technical term, this is an infill piece. It's going to be very important to do so. So, I mean, with the commitment that you have to getting workforce housing, if not here, where? I mean, I've been out to look at the property. I'm sure you have as well. The neighbors are certainly going to express their views, and we certainly respect their views. Is there a need? There was some question about that. Well, according to the Price Waterhouse report, that in the next 2 years, as these construction projects in the Las Vegas Strip, about $40 billion worth, and you're all familiar with that, it's estimated there will be 113,000 new employees that will be required. And although we have seen land values depreciate rather dramatically over the past few months, certainly dramatically since that, interesting enough, the surveys indicate that rents have increased. And that may very well be as a tragic consequence of people who have lost their homes, the foreclosure, and now the only option that they have before them is to rent. So we would respectfully argue that certainly by the time this project moves forward, if you give us the permission to do so today, there's going to be a real need that's enhanced by those 113,000 employees. Let me talk a little bit about, we had 3 neighborhood meetings. Our planning consultant, who will speak in just a moment, attended those meetings. But essentially, these are good people that came to the meeting, and they said, in effect, look, we were promised a park at this site. There's no way in the world that I'm going to contradict what the neighbors were told years before we got involved. We don't have any. I will tell you that we had no knowledge of that. That question came up at the Planning Commission meeting, and one of the planning commissioners directed a question to the staff, is there any record of this ever having been planned as a park? And the answer at the Planning Commission meeting was no. That certainly does not mean that the neighbors were not promised by someone that that was true, but again, Your Honor, members of the council, we have no knowledge of that. There was also a contention that the neighbors have been told that the overpass, there would not be an overpass at Tenaya. Again, we're not in a position, and don't contradict what the neighbors were told. We simply do not know. Now, we did try to listen to the neighbors in terms of some of the things that we thought that we could do. Some of the units are 3-story buildings, and Lucy will tell you a little bit more about that in a moment, but we moved those to the perimeter. That was kind of a suggestion that they made. The second thing, we actually contemplated that there would be access on Tenaya, right here, resident access. The neighbors did not want traffic along Tenaya, respect that, so we eliminated that access, and now that is only a crash gate for emergency vehicles. From the very outset, we were told by the city's planning staff as well as the traffic people that West Cliff is a very congested street and that we should not plan on any ingress and egress on West Cliff. So with great respect, that leads us to the access that's currently contemplated here, and which, as I say, Lucy will speak in more detail. So we eliminated the Tenaya. We were also asked to make the two-story units look a little bit like larger homes, and so you'll see the elevations of those in a moment. So I think we tried to do so. In my judgment, it's a nice-looking project. Each member of the council will decide that for himself or herself. And then finally, originally, the project contemplated 274 units. And in the process of working through everything, the application before you is 252. The neighbors did express some concern that I was made aware of by members of the council as I visited with you. I do not recall that discussion having occurred at the 3 neighborhood meetings, but, Your Honor, I was not there. Lucy was. I want to be very careful. I know Mr. Kempfer has expressed some concern on behalf of the bank in terms of what the ingress and egress is, and he is an extraordinary land use lawyer. I consider him a personal friend, a man of impeccable integrity. We've tried to work with him, but we're between the proverbial rock and a hard spot. In other words, if the neighbors do not want Tenaya to be accessed, okay, and if it's agreed that West Cliff is too crowded and congested, with all due respect, I mean, this is really the only access that would be available. Now, Mr. Kempfer has suggested, well, wait, there was set aside at one time potentially some right-of-way here, as I'm drawing, but that would involve traffic flowing on out. So I don't know how we resolve that. Obviously, we're happy to try to work with Mr. Kempfer on that, but so I guess I would just conclude by saying, in 3 years, more than 3 years, we have done everything the city of Las Vegas has asked us to do. During the negotiation agreement, you ought to give the deputy city attorney a raise because we capitulated and conceded on every point, and we did that willingly.
Doesn't matter, he's not getting a raise.
Not getting a raise, all right. Well, maybe you can unlock the salary freeze that you've had him in for the last several years, but in any event, we've tried to do that. So I guess what I'm saying is that this is a land use decision before you. We have our financing in place. Column is going to be the underwriter. That is a subsidiary, as you may recall, of Credit Suisse. Their representative is here today if you have any questions. Obviously, if you approve the land use, then it must go through the BLM process and get their final approval. We've had a representative that has been engaged by Tapestry, who is here today, that can discuss with you her conversations. Katie Hughes Appel, preliminarily, it all looks good. No final approval. Let me be very clear and precise in the language. Your Honor, members of the council, I apologize for taking as much time, but I thought we needed some context here. You know what we've tried to do, and we're here, obviously, to respond to any question. Let me defer to our consultant planner, if I might, to explain in more detail the project. And then I know the neighbors will want to speak, and others, and Your Honor, we might have a chance to make a brief response to that.
No
and
problem.
I thank you very much for hearing me out.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, and members of the council. Lucy Stewart, 856 East Sahara. And as I think Senator Bryan did mention, we've had 3 neighborhood meetings. In addition, we've had some sub-meetings with some subgroups. So we've had a number of meetings. Since our meeting last summer, which was about a year ago, the Tapestry Group has hired a different architect, a local firm, who's worked to change the plans. And as Senator Bryan did discuss, all the 3 stories are now oriented away from the existing homes and along the Summerlin Parkway or adjacent to the high-rise bank. In addition...
No, that is not coming across on the overhead. Could you do that again, please?
Sorry. These are all the 3 stories.
I'm on the wrong button. Let me see. One more time.
Okay. These are all the 3 stories, this is Summerlin Parkway along the north, and this is the bank building to the east.
Okay, thank you.
Along the existing homes, it's been designed as 2-story, and they look like big houses. And if I can show you, these are the 3 stories. The 3 stories. And these are the 2-story ones. And this is one of the designs to make it look like it's just a large house. In addition, The clubhouse, as you can see, carries the same type architecture and building materials. So I think that the building materials that were shown last summer and then the subsequent meetings we had with the neighborhood, I think has definitely improved, and it's a Class A project. In addition, adjacent to the existing homes will be intense landscaping. Also, in the clubhouse, there's going to be activities. They're planning to have like a business center. So if you live in these units, you have the opportunity to go in and fax or get on the internet if you don't have that at your own house. In addition, the project is completely gated. It's got 24-hour security and on-site management. It's been divided into like 91 bedrooms, 144 two-bedrooms, and with only 18 three-bedrooms. I'm trying to think of what else. Again, also along the road that's between this property and the bank to the east will be even more intense landscaping, and then the gated entrance will be more intense landscaping. So I'm not sure if there's any more information I can give you about it.
All right, thank you very much. Before we hear from the folks who are present, any questions of the Senator or Ms. Stewart?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Councilor Wilson.
Lucy, either you or the Senator, let's talk about the types of persons who would be living in these residences. I mean, you referred to them as homes and houses. They're not. They're apartments, are they not?
Right, I'm sorry. When I talked about the big house design is the one that the building that have units look like a big house.
Talk to me about, generally speaking, the rentals and what types of persons, as far as economics, would be living in these units.
Councilman Wilson, we'll be happy. We've got somebody here that probably knows a bit more about that than Lucy, if that's acceptable.
I don't care who.
Yes. All right. This is Linda Mink, who has been working with us with Column, and I think she can describe my understanding as she's getting up here. We're talking about 80% of, the average income, which is $51,000 a year. So people that make $51,000 a year would be at the 80%, and so these units would be available to people who make $80,000 a year, or $51,000 a year or less. Is that correct, Linda? Would you identify yourself for the record here? And let's take that one over there. This is Linda Mink. I hope that answers your question, but Linda's here and has...
Thank you, Mayor Goodman and Council. And Councilman Wolfson, in response to your question, the property is designed for the residents in the area earning 80 to 50% of the area median income. That equates to roughly a resident earning $50,000 a year from, say, $33,000 a year to $55,000 a year, somewhere in that range. And I'm so glad that you asked that question. Over the last several days, we have been working to get a formal market study. We've had 2 appraisers in the market preparing appraisals and the formal market study to give us, the lender, a very clear and accurate picture of what is actually going on in this market. One of the things that I did over the weekend was I wanted to, we focused very intently at the beginning of this process 3 years ago on your school teachers, your educators here in Clark County in the city of Las Vegas. Over the weekend, I went back and I went to the Clark County School Board's Human Resources Department website, and I pulled your salary ranges from entry-level school teachers with Bachelors of Arts, Bachelors of Science degrees, all the way up to those who have masters plus 32 points. I looked strictly at base salary, not the PERS program that you have added into it, but strictly base salary. The rents proposed on this project meet the income levels of 94% of your educators here in your area, from the minimum all the way up to the top, and that covers entry-level school teachers to those with master's degrees plus 32 additional credits. We're on target. We feel very much that we have adhered to the quote-unquote workforce housing segment of your population, those who are in need of rental housing. So I hope that responds.
Well, If I may say this, maybe you're looking at the wrong source, to be quite frank with you. We've had an experience in the city here which I think is fairly telling, and that is we felt obligated to do our part in order to attract educators into our community. And the city established a program where we set aside, I believe, $500,000, where we were going to give incentives to teachers who were teaching primarily in at-risk schools. In the beginning, we limited to science and technical-type courses, and we had very few takers. And then we amended our philosophy, so to speak, to include a broader range of teachers, and then we amended it further to include renters and not first-time homeowners, and have very little takers, which is an incredible thing. We can't understand it. It's a phenomenon that is inexplicable to me. But,
yes, sir.
The teachers, for some reason, don't take advantage of what's out there for them. Don't ask me why. I don't know.
And, Your Honor, I'm aware of the efforts that the city made. I would not want to give the impression that this is designed just for teachers, but that's offered as an illustration of the kind of.
I appreciate it.
And the individuals have to be screened by background. I don't know how much more Councilman Wilson may want to hear on that, but there's a screening process. They go through a law enforcement check and that sort of thing. But again, if there's more questions on that, I'd be happy to have Mr. Wilczewski explain that.
And I will say this, Councilman, in response to your question, as a result of your introduction to me, there were some folks who are going to be speaking today who are present in the audience who visited with me, actually before I even met with Senator Bryan and before I met with Mr. Kempfer, and the first question I asked them, if they'll recall, was, is this an area of NIMBYism? Is this, are you quarreling with this concept because you think that there's going to be a certain element in the community that you believe is undesirable? Because that would be unacceptable to me, to be quite frank with you, as a standard. And they answered very candidly, looking me right in the eye, said, has nothing to do with it. And I believe them. I really do. I don't think that it's an issue as to the type of clientele that would be using these facilities that is of disturbance to the objectors, so to speak. I really believe them. All right. So there's no further questions. What we'll do is we'll, by a show of hands, how many are for the project? All right. How many are against the project? All right. How many are desire to speak? Okay. With about 4 people, that's fine. Then what we'll do is we'll not use any timer to begin with, and we'll see how we go from there. All right? The public hearing is open. Be happy to hear from anybody.
Mr. Mayor, this is Jim Lewis, City Attorney. Could you indicate for the record about approximately how many people raised their hands?
Well, you could count them. Just about everybody in the first several rows there are against the project.
Okay.
That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Say generally 20 people.
Thank you, sir.
21.
You were included in the 20.
That's right. Thank you. I'll try to be brief. Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident and candidate for election to the Clark County Commission District D. I would respectfully submit in preface, there's no such thing as infill development. There is leapfrog development. There is polka dot development. All other forms of disjointed development for different reasons, usually because of the non-availability of other properties and parcels that would be suitable. The actual term is community development, redevelopment, and the key word in that phrase is community, not development. And so the important factor here is the surrounding community and the genuine best interest of the public community all over the city, because that's what will be attracted to this property if it is attractive. First of all, there's no guarantee that any teachers will be here to take these units, and any renters either, because nobody has said yet what the square footage of the units are and what the lease terms are. If you know what they are, please divulge that to the public. Might be of interest to them. And so what are the amenities, if any? What's the traffic impact around the surrounding vicinity? Where's the traffic impact study? Is there one? You need not respond on the public record.
Well, there is. There's a preliminary, there's not,
There is.
well, there's not an official traffic study because we don't do it that way. We have a one-page report which indicates in at least that department's opinion there would be no impact as far as traffic is concerned. But should we go forward with this, we would direct that a traffic study be prepared, and then we would remediate if necessary, or mitigate if necessary at some later time.
That's commendable that you intend to do that on the record. Thank you. If the project does not serve the genuine best interests of the surrounding vicinity and the entire general public, remembering that it's called community development, not just development, if it does not serve those purposes, deny the item. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. McFadden.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the council for the time that they've committed to
Please
giving
identify
us.
yourself for the record.
Jim McFadden, 204 Fig Court, Las Vegas. Thank you again for the time that you committed to our cause here and for meeting with us individually. I presented everyone with a packet of information regarding our concerns on this project. Hopefully you've had the opportunity to review all that. We do have an amendment to that which I would like to present now. I have a copy here for the clerk and one for each of the council persons and
As
the
I
mayor.
understand it, you submitted the packet to the clerk already.
Yes, sir.
Very good.
They're all the same. I put tabs on them with everyone's names, but it doesn't matter. It's all the same information, which I will address this pretty much at the end of my presentation. The packet that you had before addressed all of our concerns, the quality of life issues that we think this development will impose on our neighborhood. Traffic and congestion is a big concern. The population density was our primary concern, the size and scope of this project and how it will affect our neighborhood. Mr. Mayor can address the NIMBY issue, and that, excuse me, that was not one of our concerns. Our neighborhood and within 3/4 of a mile to a mile from this proposed project, there are over 3,000 condos, apartments, and townhomes that all have rental rates comparable to what's being proposed with this development. So it's not a question of the people it will draw, it's a question of how many people it will draw and the traffic and pollution concerns that are going to be attached to that. We proposed some possibly acceptable solutions that we would find could be a compromise and make this a viable project. One of those solutions, obviously, our concerns are the height and the density. If we could reduce the height from 2-story and 3-story to 1-story and 2-story, that would be an acceptable solution to us. If this development were to be proposed as a senior development instead of multifamily housing, we feel that that would reduce the traffic concerns, especially during the peak traffic hours. And lastly, but not necessarily in keeping with the housing issues, every time we've had a meeting, every time we've spoken to residents in the neighborhood, and Senator Bryan brought up the question as well, there's always been this background nagging question about why was it not developed into a park and where did we get that concept. That information that I just handed to you is primarily where that came from. In August of 2003, there was a notification sent out to all the homeowners identifying this BLM land as being specified for park development.
May I ask this? Because I haven't seen this document.
And I apologize that we did not
I'm not
have this information available
but
for you.
what kind of letter does go out under the city seal with my name on the top of it without being signed? What kind of letter is this?
I believe,
have you seen this?
Mr. Mayor, I believe that this may pertain to the postcard notifications that go out within the 1,000-foot notification range. This map that's on the back of that is what I recall seeing on that postcard notification several years ago.
May we see what he's laying down there?
Well,
What I'm putting here
have you
can come
seen
up
this?
on the monitor.
All right. Before I start getting excited, because I have the capacity.
This information, if I may clarify, Mr. Mayor, I was given some information regarding this. I went to BLM just this morning.
I got this from BLM?
And got this from a file in BLM. These letters and these maps are all in the file in BLM.
Richard,
and again, I apologize.
Senator, have you seen what we're talking about?
I have no idea.
I'm
sure he hasn't seen either.
One extra
copy. Again, I apologize for the late notice. It was just this morning that I got this information and put together. Otherwise, I would have included it in the information that you had before for your early review.
Let everybody who wants to see this take a look at it. I'm being told through whispers that this is standard operating procedure. I don't believe that's true.
Mr. Mayor, it's my understanding that this is the way we used to have notices sent out to people so they would be aware of something happening, and they'd have a short little letter on front, and then they'd have the map on the back.
Do you get that in an envelope,
I
Councilman?
apologize, sir, this is not from
Not now.
either the Public Works or the Planning Department, so...
It's not familiar to you?
No, sir.
I don't think that...
And the clerk is taking no responsibility for it. Anybody want to stand up and take responsibility?
Well, I don't much like taking responsibility, but I'm reading the letter, and it says, feel free to contact Robin with the Bureau of Land Management.
So you telling me the Bureau of Land Management is sending out stuff?
No. The name Robin, we have a person in our real
Excuse me,
property division.
The stationery shows the Department of Field Operations, is what the stationery shows.
How can you tell that? Oh, the second one.
No, see, there are different dates, too.
There are two other letters included. Behind each letter is a map or two pertaining to that letter. These additional letters dated August 2005 and April 2006 specifically state information. August 2005 says the area we are submitting has not been developed yet, but will be within the next few months. And the maps behind it show the maps of a plan for a park on this parcel. The letter dated April 2006, highlighted, you'll see, however, attached is an amendment plan of development for the portion lying south of Summerlin Parkway and east of Tenaya Way. This amended plan of development is being submitted to include the revised plan for the Bonanza Trail, and that has this map of the proposed park. So it was not our imagination that we were told that this would be a park at some time. And again, I apologize. We did not sandbag this information. It's
Nothing to
something that I
apologize for.
just got this morning.
I am bewildered, which is usually my state of mind, but now I am expressing it publicly. I am bewildered. I don't know how this stuff happens. Okay, thank you.
And with that, all we would do is request on behalf of the 300 petitioners and the people in the room that this request be declined.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not worried about the only thing that I'm worried about, to be quite frank with you, is the cover page, which is this document of August 27, 2003. How can you tell? How can you tell?
The staff person mentioned it's the same as the one that...
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. One's with the Bureau of Land Management.
Sir, that's a...
There's a Robin who's a real estate and asset management who works for the city.
Yes.
And then there's a reference to a Robin with Bureau of Land Management.
There is a Robin.
But they're not the same person.
Your Honor, I believe it
That's what I'm saying. As far as I'm concerned, the document of 2005 really is irrelevant. The thing that bothers me is the August 27, 2003 letter with my name as the mayor on it going out without attribution to anybody. And I find that offensive. And I want to find out who sent it.
There is a reference on the back page.
To what? It's scribbled in, but that's not part of the official document. I would like to find, Mr. Houchins, do you know where it came from?
Just to comment on the robin, I believe Robin Yoakum, it's the same robin in both instances.
No, I would tend to disagree with you, sir.
Your Honor?
The robin that's referenced in the August 27, 2003 letter is a robin with the Bureau of Land Management. The Robin Yoakum is with the City of Las Vegas, our real estate division. They're two different robins.
Your Honor, there is, however, if I may, a case number at the bottom of the document that may be referenced to get more information for us.
Right? It says case number N63336.
Yes, sir. That's the case. That's the file number at BLM where I obtained all of this information.
Oh, it's a BLM. I want to know whether the BLM's using my stationery. I never liked them anyhow.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I'm take a seat and not tie up any more in time, but I understand that Senator Bryan requested a rebuttal period. I would like to make myself available to answer any questions if there are any after his rebuttal.
All right. Do you want to be heard, ma'am?
Yes.
You're not with the BLM, are you?
You know me, Mayor. You know I'm not with them. Helena Garcia, 6725 Brunswick Circle. I have a home at the northeast corner of Rainbow and Alta, and I'm here for two reasons. One is that I pass this street on Rainbow every day, and it is so condensed right now without any kind of development. My niece goes to the child care that's on West Cliff, and as a realtor, I sold a home in the townhouses. Now, I sold a home to Rafael Gonzalez, the editor of El Mundo, and his home is in back of where the desert area is. Now, this letter, he also brought me this letter, and I told him they're going to have a park there. So I knew before that they were going to have a park there also. So when Mr. Gonzalez contacted me again to tell me that they're going to put a development there, I was as shocked as all of you are right now. Now, as a realtor and a neighbor in the neighborhood, this 2-3 story is not a good use for this development. One, the congestion to the schools, to the neighborhood is not going to be feasible for any of us because the traffic is going to be horrendous, and the school that is there is a 9-month school. So with all these children there, that would probably have to make it a year-round school. So you're not disrupting only these townhomes, you're going to be disrupting all this neighborhood that pertains to this school. The other thing is, if it's not coming off of West Cliff, which would be really bad scenario because of all this congestion coming out of this small street, and it's not coming off of West Cliff, then Rainbow is the only one. Well, Rainbow, where it would come off of, is where everybody comes off coming from the freeway. So this is, if anything, as a former president of the DCDC, the Downtown South Development Committee, I, more than anyone, know about revitalization and to do something good for the neighborhood. If anything, if this was going to be a project, it should be for senior citizens who are not accounted for in our community, and if they had a 1-story development, I'm sure the neighbors, because they wouldn't have somebody looking into their backyard, because you're taking away their privacy by having these 2- and 3-story. Kids are going to be right next to a freeway where they could jump off a balcony if that 3-story is going to be right there off of Summerlin Parkway. So if anything, if this was a senior citizen neighborhood, there wouldn't be as much traffic. There's a grocery store right across the street that the senior citizens, there's a bank right there. I mean, that would be more feasible than a 2- or 3-story development. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, yes, Councilor Brown.
Your Honor, just on... Pardon me just for a moment. Let me address the package, because I worked backwards on the package to the front page, and the only unanswered question, I think, is the author or the person that approved this top letter going out dated August 27th, 2003. But in 2003, this was the form that was used in certain situations. So that's familiar. The contact number, Robin at the Bureau of Land Management, at that number listed in the letter, is in fact the City of Las Vegas office at the BLM local field office. So that is in all probability the same Robin. Rebecca's the city employee that works over there now. And then following through the package, that the only change that was made from the original application was the incorporation of the Bonanza Trail. Later on in the package, the only revision to the original request to BLM was the inclusion of the Bonanza Trail going through the park site. So this package is in fact driven by the city of Las Vegas, and the only thing I wasn't able to ascertain is who either authored the cover letter or authorized the cover letter.
Thank you, Councilman. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I'm Juanita Clark from Charleston Neighborhood Preservation, and a belated Happy Father's Day to you fathers. And we appreciate Councilman Brown being able to clear up things here. We appreciate our expert up here, our other expert. We faxed over, and maybe it was a little bit late, but we did refer to the traffic flow study from the 2020 plan that the city has done and has put out, indicating that the Westcliff Rainbow area is a high priority for problems in the near future and of course currently. And we state that what is planned there now on that property is very adequate, is a community development, is exactly what could flow through as far as traffic is concerned, and could be handled by that neighborhood, and that is the Twin Lakes Baptist Church, and that is the bank, and that is the park. And in looking over the park, I noticed that it has 7 picnic ramadas and 2 play areas, 1 restroom site, 1 dog park, 2 areas of turf plan, and so along with the residences that are there now, with the Pirates Cove, with the Highgate, with the Coves, and with the Tenaya overpass going in, and also the fact that these things were all done way ahead of time, prior to what has now come in. And at this time now, we're bringing in a group of beautiful homes. I don't think there's anybody that's going to contest about the appearance of these drawings that we've seen here today. It's just like they just don't fit. It's not a fit for the community, for livability. We brought out the fact here that this is for our safety. And I'm not talking, so I hope it's not getting counted. Okay. So the Twin Lakes Baptist Church, the Coves, Highgate Housing Community, Pirates Cove, and the Tenaya Overpass have all precluded by physical establishment and public documentation all the agenda items that we're discussing here today. And any added housing would eliminate the neighborhood park at Westcliff, which is what the Tapestry Group is proposing, is incompatible with the quality of life, the safety and welfare for the current residents of this portion of the city of Las Vegas. Also, just a little reminder about these beautiful townhomes, apartments going in. The shortest one is 2-story. And those homes that they would be abutting there are 1-story. So we're going from 1 to another story up every time. So we do respectfully ask you all to vote no about this. It's a wonderful project. It's just this little piece of land sticking out there is just not the place to put it. And so we respectfully ask you to vote no on those 4 agenda items. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mayor Goodman, may I please?
Certainly.
And I'm going to ask for your indulgence just for a moment. I'd like to take a little bit of a hand survey, please, of the people that are in the audience that are against this project. How many of you live, by a show of hands,
within a half mile of this project. Okay. My second question is, how many of you folks have lived in your residence now for more than 15 years? Okay, almost all of you. My next question, Margot, and you know where I'm going right now. I'm a big believer in people having a right to a reasonable expectation. And by a show of hands, we had 12 or 15 people that have lived within a half a mile of this project for more than 15 years. If any of these folks, 15 years ago or so, had done some due diligence and checked with the city records or any kind of records that people can check into before moving into a location. They wanted to see, what's going to go in this piece of land. I'm thinking of buying or moving into an area, and there's this vacant parcel. What's going to be there? What information would they have been given?
Mr. Mayor and Councilman, the property was annexed. The significant portion of the property, as you know, the Summerlin Freeway has changed quite a bit of that, but the property in general was annexed in 1983, and when it was brought into the city, it was zoned what was then the zoning designation of NU, which is non-urban. And the exact text on that is that district is a more or less temporary classification to be given to property until such time as the property is ready for development for an urban use. This classification is primarily intended to be used as a holding zone. The uses allowed within that zone include single-family, public, quasi-public, cemeteries, churches, hospitals, and convalescent homes.
Now, that's 25 years ago, right?
Yes. At the time of the Summerlin Parkway, the majority of the property was designated as right-of-way. It has remained right-of-way, except for a small portion in the western portion of the L, if you will, which is currently designated PF, which is public facility. The majority of the site is designated as right-of-way, and the zoning on the majority of the site is what it is now, which is U, the undeveloped, and CV, which is civic. Those are the general plan and zoning categories that have been in place from 1983 until now.
So if somebody went down to City Hall or wherever they would be directed to go and said, I want to know what's going to go on this piece of land, and 15 years ago, that's what they would have been told.
Yes, sir.
Now, the letter that was given to us August of '03, unsigned, but on city letterhead, this was obtained from the BLM office?
Yes, sir.
Is that right? And it's a public document. I mean, you just went down there, Mr. McFadden, and obtained it, right?
Yes, sir.
But we still don't know, and this isn't a question, this is just an observation, who the actual author of this is. I mean, we think we might know, and we don't know where she got her information from, which talks about building a public park. Is that a fair observation, Mr. Sanchez?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I think right now we do not know where this came from. And I just emailed to find out if I can get some more information, but I have not received anything back yet.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. All right. Anybody else like to talk to us?
Mr. Wilson, if I may.
Wait, let Mr. Kemper go, and then
I'm sorry.
be happy to hear from you again.
Your Honor, unless he...
Nope.
Okay, all right.
Have to have some water here.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the council. I'm Chris Kemper here on behalf of Westgore Properties. We're the owner of the property in which the Bank of America and the adjoining property to the north sits. First of all, every time I hear Senator Bryan speak, I wonder why we were deprived of the opportunity to vote for him for president. There is not a more quality man that I've been. It's always my pleasure to work with him. And I want to make sure everyone understands there was a little bit of a mix-up that we had. We had asked originally a couple weeks ago if we could continue this item so that we could sit down and talk with them about our concerns that I'm about ready to express. I was told that because of the length of time that had already passed, that this had to be heard on the 18th. I understand now that the direction was, well, they wanted it to be heard on the 18th, but it wasn't mandatory, so I guess I just want to make it clear there wasn't any desire on our part not to work with them, and certainly there was no desire on their part not to work with us. It's just that we understood that it had to go forward today for their reasons. So anyway, with that clarification in mind, first and foremost, it's important for everyone to understand that I am not standing here in objection whatsoever to affordable housing. I presented affordable housing projects and proud to do so in the city and the county, and so that is not an issue, and I know that you know me and know I would not represent someone who thought it was an issue, and it's not an issue for Westcor at all as well. Westcor's concerns are basically that when they did purchase the property, and they just concluded that purchase in March of this year, they did not learn about this application until May, after they had already purchased the property. When they inquired, they were told that the property is master planned for public facilities and zone civic, which may very well be where some people got the idea about the park, because public facility and civic is what you have as the general plan designation and the zoning designation for a park. But all we knew, we did not do any further investigation of that, and you can argue all day as to whether we should have. But the bottom line is that's the concern, is that when we purchased the property, it's general plan, public facilities, zone civic, and then after we purchase it, we find that this application is here to change essentially civic to RPD 19, which is different than we thought. But that's not our main issue, and I need to make that clear. Under the proposed plan, if we go to the overhead, please, we'll start with this map. I assume we aren't there yet because I can't. Okay. This is the Bank of America building right here. This is our property that extends back to here. The property that's presently before you is, except for the Las Vegas Valley Water District property located here, the property that we're talking about essentially runs in this area right here. The concern that we have is that under the plan that's proposed, and let me put up right now the vacation, you can see that there is a street that is planned for right here that goes into Tenaya and then goes all the way here to this road that is adjacent to our property and then goes all the way down the side of our property here and the church property to West Cliff. This road is being vacated in its entirety, this portion here, and this portion of the road here is being vacated 30 feet, and then 25 feet is being given back to the city so that you end up essentially with a 50-foot road here that then ends in a cul-de-sac. And that's, you can see on the site plan that I have here. If we can zoom in that just a little bit, please. Okay, you see this cul-de-sac bulb right here. So the plan is that this is the road, this is the cul-de-sac bulb. Now let me put that on this plan, if I might. This is the road, here is the cul-de-sac bulb, and then this is the road again coming down. Our concern is that you have all of this traffic now. And again, remember, you've changed the master plan now to go to RPD 19, so you have 252 units. Take all of this traffic from here, exit here. The church traffic, here is church property, and all of this is church property. All of this church property here exits through that little cul-de-sac bulb. So now you have the church property that exits here. All of this property exits here. We exit here for the most part because this is the only place you can make a left turn. You have to make a right turn out of here. And so our concern is that you're taking all of this and you're putting it into that one roadway. Now, we have the right to, and our concern is that should we decide to expand as we're allowed to under the existing general plan and the existing zoning, that we may then be confronted with the situation that a roadway that was designed to serve the uses that are planned on that site no longer may be able to serve what we want to do on our site. And so we may have to dedicate additional land here or put a street light here, something. In other words, there may be other things imposed on us if these vacations are allowed to go today. And that is our concern, is that the vacation of those streets, we think, impact us. And finally, when you look at this plan, and remember, this right here is where the street is supposed to be, and see all those homes that are located along it. That is where the street is supposed to be. The street is also supposed to be here, essentially where homes have been put as well. And our concern, we think, without objecting to the project, is that the streets, we think, are being vacated here not because they're not needed as streets so much, but they're needed more to accomplish the density desired for this project. And it's kind of always been your practice to do it the other way. You ask, are the streets needed at all? And if the answer is no, they're not needed at all, then you vacate them. And if they're vacated, then you can build on them, as opposed to reversing that and saying, well, we're vacating them because we need that property to build on. So we're concerned about, again, not the use one iota. It's the fact that all of that traffic dumps on that street, and now and eventually it's going to create a problem for those properties that are planned exactly as the general plan has it now. So those are our comments. Again, I wish to thank the Senator and Lucy for being classy, as they always are, and we'd respectfully request your denial of the vacation and the site development review because we think that needs to be retooled. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, do you want to respond to something?
Just briefly.
Before you have the opportunity to respond to Senator Bryan.
I just wanted to add to Mr. Wilson's question. He was talking about this letter, that he was not familiar with it. This reminds me of something I, as a homeowner, received years ago. It's a vague memory, but I have clear memories of this map. In the file at BLM, there is reams of pages of homes that were notified of this, and I assume this letter went out to all those homes. So there's just lists of names and addresses that obviously I didn't make copies of, but there was a lot of notification that went out with this.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, Mayor, just Margot?
Yes.
Over here. Just one thing real quickly that I can add, if I may. I've reviewed the master plan for the city, the parks element specifically, for the period that was adopted in 2000 and was in effect during the period of the dates of these letters. And the master plan does not call for a park in this area, and that is not part of our master plan, and I double-checked with the maps. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, that may well be, but this letter...
I understand, sir, but I just wanted to clarify. I wanted to double-check and be able to tell you that
Fine.
that is the case with regard to the master plan.
Fine. Did you want to be here, ma'am?
Betty Evanson at 7100 Pirates Cove and Condo 1044 in Las Vegas, Nevada. Councilman Wolfson asked a very intriguing question. Why we did not have the same as the county. And I was kind of alarmed when I heard that there was no policy in place at all, because I served on a planning commission for quite some time and in Ohio. And so to hear somebody say it looked good for the city really bothered me. You do not have a policy. It looked good for the city, but the city council and the city representatives look after the people. And so I just want to put this out that probably we wouldn't be here today had the city done what they were supposed to do and put a policy in place before this got started.
Anybody else want to be heard? Nope. One shot. Sorry. Okay, anybody else? All right, then I'll close the public hearing.
Mayor?
Yes.
I just want to just put on the record just my comments, if you will. I've met with the residents and I met with the applicants in regards to this item. And looking through the information that I received, well, let me just back up. Speaking with the residents, they were informed. They informed me that they were informed that this was going to always be a park location. And so I asked the question to the residents, is there something in writing that you all have to document that this was going to be a proposed park? Because from my conversations with staff, there was no documentations in place. It was through a conversation that took place and nothing specifically in writing. And now to see that there is some documentation as early as from what I read, 2003, and the site plan which depicts a park at this location from 2005, August of 2005, an additional drawing which states April of 2006, which depicts a park. Basically goes to say that the residents were correct in regards to the information that they were informed of, and for the gentleman to go and retrieve this information from the BLM justifies that it's been out in the public. And in addition, additional information that has come since from the Bureau of Land Management as well states that the location which lie between Rainbow and Fort Apache along the Summerlin Parkway also depicts that this location was going to be a park. So I can understand the residents' frustration in that respect as far as what they've been told all this time. And so I just want to just put that on the record just to let the residents know thank you for that information, and also doing your due diligence with bringing that information forward, because as you see, it wasn't anything that we had here tangibly. And so for that, I just want to say thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Senator?
I'll be very brief, Your Honor. You've been very patient listening to us. To state the obvious, you know nothing about that. Let me voice just a little frustration. I mean, I think we try to do the right thing. I'm not being critical of the neighbors at all. They received this letter. I understand that. But my understanding is the city had actually expressed a reservation on this property for workforce housing. When you talk with the staff and you say, look, what is available, could you be supportive of this? So look, this is the piece. This is the first I've ever heard of the RP&P lease that suggests a park. And again, I'm not trying to pick a quarrel with the neighbors. We don't know what that lease says. We don't know whether it refers to the property that's to the north of what is now the expressway or not. I don't know that. I'm not suggesting it, but I haven't seen it, so it's almost impossible to respond. Let me assure you, Your Honor, that Mr. McFadden is a very articulate man. Basically, and I believe that Stuart will confirm this, all we heard at the town hall meeting was crime and signs that said stop low-income housing. So this density issue is something that we frankly heard from you, Your Honor, when you expressed to me and Mr. Hayes that you'd had some conversation with neighbors. I don't know that would change the equation, but I just, so that you don't think that we're not trying to work with people, we're trying to do that as best we can. Finally, with respect to the able advocate, Mr. Kemper, remember I spoke that we're between a rock and a hard spot, a catch-22. This right-of-way here that is being vacated. Well, let's see, can we get that?
Is it on the overhead out there?
No, it's not.
Can you get it on the overhead out there, please? It's on ours.
You're part of the application, before you, Ms. Stewart will correct me if I mistake that, is, as Mr. Kemp first pointed out, we are vacating this. Now, when meeting with the staff, with traffic and everybody, I said, look, this is never going to be used as a road. We talked with the traffic and the planning people. This is essentially what they suggested to us for ingress and egress. If I could just go back for one point, originally in our plan, we contemplated ingress and egress at Tenaya for residents only. The neighbors indicated to us that they did not want that, respect that, so we eliminated that. So if we accept what the neighbors want to do to try to be good and responsible corporate citizens, then what we've done is to deny the point that Mr. Kempfer has so articulately mentioned. He likes the ability to have the traffic flow through this. With all due respect, you may not love us, but we can't do it both ways. Which way is it? And finally, let me make the point, if I may. My understanding is the city of Las Vegas has a reservation on this for affordable housing. Why would we not be told about this years ago, several $100,000 back, when we've taken a lot of your time previously, and I know a lot of frustration that you've probably had with us and all of the people who have come to visit you, but I'm very frustrated. Where did we go wrong in this process? In my view, we did everything we were supposed to do, and respect the neighbor's right to disagree. That's absolutely their right. But what use can we have of this property? In other words, if we listen to what Mr. Kempfer said, you'll open this up, and then you will have these good people come at the next project, senior otherwise, and say, but look, we don't want traffic on that. So I would simply suggest and urge that you follow the recommendation of your staff and City Planning Commission, and I apologize for the confusion here. This all hits us for the first time. We knew nothing about any of this, and
I would just like to ask Senator Bryan, who told you, Senator Bryan, that this property was set aside for attainable or affordable housing?
Let me just Mr. Gibb? This is Mr. Richard Gibb.
Mayor, I can address that.
Yeah.
Mayor, I can address that, Orlando. When I was Director of Neighborhood Services, we worked with Real Estate Division, and we identified, I believe, 4 or 5 parcels within the city that were affordable, that we thought would be appropriate for affordable housing since the enactment of the affordable housing that went through the federal government. My understanding back then, and I'm trying to get some further information, when the city reserves property, it's just putting an earmark on it. We put it for public purpose. And then later on, we come back to the BLM, and we change it to what the intended use would be like for affordable housing, whatever the case may be. My understanding is that we did submit a letter that this would be for affordable housing. I don't know, I do not know. I'm trying to get a hold of Robin to see if she has a copy of that letter.
Is that before this application or after?
It would be probably during when we started working with them, when we identified it, because originally when you put the placeholder for public purpose, it holds it there. We did not know affordable housing was going to become available until it passed Congress and said this, you can use this act now for affordable housing. At that point, we identified it, and we went out there and we went through the process to change it to say put it for affordable housing, if that clarifies it.
Thank you. Councilor Ross?
I just want to back Mr. Sanchez up on that. I recall when we had this conversation long before they were in the picture in regards to locations for affordable housing issues. It's always been on the forefront of the city's mind, and of course, as any responsible government, we move in that direction to look out for those who need it. But I don't know if that helps or not, but that is true.
Okay, well, I'm just confused. Okay, he said it was being reserved for affordable housing, but yet we have letters here saying that it was a park was supposed to go there. So somebody didn't do the homework somewhere, sometime, somehow.
Well, we're told 1998, Councilman Reese, is when the letter went. I don't have that letter before me, so I want to be very careful that I don't damage my credibility. But we certainly operated on the premise, and I think Mr. Sanchez is correctly stated that this was being reserved for the city for affordable housing, and that's why we proceeded.
Your Honor, if I may, and not to interrupt you.
Yeah. No.
We keep on talking. Yes, sir.
Not to interrupt you.
No, I'm sorry, Councilman. Yeah.
The conversations I had with Orlando's team, Orlando, in regards to affordable housing, of course, my position with the Las Vegas Housing Authority, a big priority of mine. It wasn't so much that these locations were set aside for affordable housing. These were BLM reserves the city had reserves on that could be used for a number of things, whether it was affordable housing or parks and recreation or public facilities for that matter. So I just want to clarify that. In our early discussions, long before your client came around, we weren't just talking about sites that were just set aside for affordable housing. These were all BLM pieces the city had in reserve for some use. Whether it was that use or another use, that had to be determined. I hope that helped. Yeah.
I appreciate that. Let me tell you something, folks. There's a lot of scurrying going on here, and that's not the way I want to do business. I really want to find out what happened. Who was responsible? No.
Okay.
No. Maybe you have a lot. not blaming anybody right now, but this is, at least from my perspective, unsatisfactory. And I want to get to the bottom of it, to be quite frank with you. I want to find out what the story is. You have certain rights and reliances, and the neighbors have reliances, and it looks like the city is involved with being right in the middle of all of it. I want to find out what the bottom line is before I act on this. I'm going to move to...
Mr. Mayor?
Yes?
Before you make that motion,
Yep.
please, I think that I have information relating to this, just according to land use, not according to all this other business, that I think it shows something that would affect our voting today. And I respectfully ask you as the councilwoman to please don't obey this again.
Well, I appreciate what you're saying, Councilwoman, but I see some major problems with it, and I'm going to vote accordingly because of the problems, not because of my position on the matter, but go ahead.
Well, I want to let them finish, and then I'll go ahead. I'm assuming that's what I can do.
No, you've been very patient with us, Your Honor. I think you understand our position, and I thank you for your courtesy and the attention that each of you have given us.
Okay? All right. Anybody else want to be heard here? All right. Thank you very much. Councilwoman?
Well, Your Honor, the one thing on the traffic, we'd be agreeable to work on a stoplight, at that Tenaya intersection with respect to the Westcliff
Would you be
intersection.
agreeable to make it into senior housing?
Well, I can't make that representation, Oscar.
That's fair.
There are some concerns. We've looked into the traffic light situation, and there are some concerns because NDOT's involved, and they have certain placements you can have for lights, so I just make that comment. You know, we're all good people here. The residents are good people. Senator Bryan's a good person. Chris Kempfer's a good person. Certainly my colleagues up here, I believe, are good people. But sometimes actions are begun with all the right intentions, which I think everybody had, but subsequent information comes forth which clearly indicates a different direction is needed. And I believe such is the case regarding these items. When I first looked at this, I was intrigued about the vacants. Why did they want to vacate this a parcel? Well, I understood why it would allow more houses and everything. And then I asked myself, but why was it a right-of-way? Why did the city council, its staff, go for a right-of-way? There must be some reason. So anyway, it took a lot of time, but we did come to the reasoning, and now if I can only find my papers here to cover that. First of all, we had information that this right-of-way was granted in October 12th of '04, and that came from our records within the city. Secondly, I began to ask the people that were involved at that time, can you remember why we did this right-of-way? What was the reasoning? And if I could first ask Jorge Cervantes, who is our current Director of Public Works, if he would come up here, please, and just give his recollection of what happened at that time.
Jorge Cervantes, Director of Public Works. Councilwoman, the way this right-of-way came into being was that late 2003, early 2004, we were developing plans for the Tenaya Bridge overpass. As part of our planning effort, we had several neighborhood meetings out there. Back then, Councilman Box McDonald organized these meetings. Some of these meetings were with the neighbors south of Summerlin Parkway. And at some of those meetings, the residents of the Copes development raised some concerns that with this new overpass, it was going to be difficult for them to exit their development. And part of their request was that in order to facilitate their ability to come out, since the city had a lease on this property back here, if a right-of-way grant or a road could be built through there so they could make a right turn coming out of development instead of a left turn. And they were concerned with the bridge, additional traffic, it would be difficult for the left turn to occur, and they thought it would be easier for them to make a right turn, use this street, and then get out to Westcliff. And so that's how the right-of-way came into being. At that time, we submitted paperwork to the BLM to convert a portion of the lease into a right-of-way grant.
Thank you very much. And is Ed Burge here?
Yes.
I can't see in the dark, a little bit of dimness there. I'm just trying to confirm what happened within our own city organization, and that's why this right-of-way was granted. And so that's my question, what your remembrance is, because as I was told, you were more involved in it.
Yes, ma'am. Essentially,
Identify yourself.
yes, Ed Burge, right-of-way superintendent with the City of Las Vegas. And at that time, we were requested and directed essentially by the condo complex to the south of the leased property, the BLM property, to go with a 60-foot right-of-way grant. And we went ahead and applied for that, and it was granted, and as you say, given in October of 2004.
And so the right-of-way grant was given because it would be sort of a safety release if the traffic became heavy with the addition of the Tenaya Bridge?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Councilwoman,
Yes?
with the mayor's permission, I just want to make sure I understand the point you're making, if you don't mind.
I'm making the point that we should not approve the vacation of this land because commitments were made to the citizens who live there and because it isn't a safe situation if we do vacate it.
Okay, my question is this. The two gentlemen that just came up and spoke, there were neighborhood meetings concerning this, and the decisions that were made were as a result of the participation of the neighbors at the time, and some of those neighbors are in the audience. Is that right?
I have no idea if some of the neighbors that were there then are in the audience now. However, I do know that this was started within the city to meet that need. It was not just at neighborhood meetings. It was also within the city, and if you give me some time, I'll give you some information pertaining to memos.
There were neighbors involved in this process, is my question.
There were neighbors who were questioning adding the Tenaya Bridge.
Okay.
Yes.
I think that.
And if I could ask Bart Anderson, what you feel, is that your recollection of what occurred, and what do you feel are the consequences to the residents of the coves if we do away with this vacation?
Well, this is Bart Anderson, Public Works. The record as illustrated by Director Cervantes does match my recollection. There were a number of meetings back then. The citizens were concerned about the effect of the Tenaya Bridge, increasing traffic, making it very difficult for them to get out of their subdivision. And one of the possible solutions to that was this right-of-way as a relief mechanism for when the bridge comes into place. The bridge is intended to be under construction October or November of this year, and will take 12 to 18 months to complete, at which point the traffic on Tenaya will undoubtedly increase. The ability to make left turns out of the existing subdivision will most likely be affected, at least during the peak hours of the morning and the evening. Making left into or out of this subdivision will be much more challenging. The point of the right-of-way grant was to provide a solution in the event that it became overwhelming. And although we have projections for the amount of traffic that will be on Tenaya, we won't know for certain until the bridge is actually open. So it's difficult to predict with any confidence whether there is definite damage, that's probably not the right word, definite impact to the ability to make a left turn out of this site prior to that bridge opening. But I can definitely say that there will be an impact to the ability of people to turn left.
Is it safe to say that you had a concern with the access for the coves when the overpass comes into being?
I think that's fair to say.
Yes, because right here we have an April 14th, 2004 report from the City of Las Vegas, which notes that BART has concerns with the access onto the new Tenaya Way for the coves when the overpass comes in, and may be requiring the site to put in a BLM application for a right-of-way over the abutting BLM parcel. And that's how this whole thing began, right?
Well, that's how the right-of-way grant process began. I would say the whole thing began with the neighborhood meetings and the identification of the problem, but the creation of the right-of-way grant, yes, that memo would be how that started.
And then I'd just like to read another memo from Cheryl Edelman to yourself, Bart, that says, there is a driveway just to the north of Pirates Cove Road that services the Las Vegas Valley Water District and south of Summerlin Parkway. due to access concerns for future development, as well as access traffic patterns for the existing subdivision, which would have been the Coves. We are going to provide for an eventual future roadway north of that subdivision, and that's what we're talking about as far as the right-of-way. Therefore, we need to design curb returns for a potential future street. Bart, do you want that to be a 51-foot street or a 60-foot street? And then you reply, well, normally 51, but since we're getting a 60-foot wide street in the north-south alignment, commonly called Rock Springs, which is the street going by the bank and the church, correct? You state east to which the street will tie in. I recommend a 60-foot right-of-way for this connection. And if design pressures need a narrow width at the bridge, we'll accept it, but you'd prefer the 60-foot. I'm bringing all this into the record because I think it's important to note that it doesn't matter how it came up. If the citizens were concerned and they brought this concern, they didn't want the Tenaya Bridge. Perhaps the council person who was there at the time didn't want the Tenaya Bridge. But the thing is, it was passed, and when the overpass was put into motion, there was a concern about the traffic and the safety involved, and that is why the overpass came into existence. And in fact, I didn't see anybody from the church here today. They had called and complained vehemently to us, but it does even have a letter on April 9th, 2004, written to the church, which wants the appropriate right-of-way for a knuckle meeting current city standards. So I just wanted to bring that up. And I also wanted to say that as far as our disposition and development agreement, beginning on line 9 of that, it says, quote, "The city shall cooperate with developer and assist developer with vacations or relinquishments of the interests held by the city, provided vacations and or relinquishments are found to be possible or desirable by the city upon further investigation by the developer and the city." I had no idea when I started wondering, why would you have a right-of-way going exactly the way it was going? Where was it going to? Why was it put into place? And then I gathered this information. I think it's obvious that this vacation is not desirable, and as I understand it, maybe Jim Lewis could state for me, what is it, a vacation can only be done if you have what cause?
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Please.
Well, what you're asking, Councilwoman, I think, is what the standard, the legal standard is for this council to approve a vacation. The legal standard would be a finding that the council would make a finding that there was no material injury to the public. And so upon that finding, then the vacation could be granted.
Okay. I myself feel it would cause material damage to those city residents, and I think that our staff was looking out for that when it decided to go for this right-of-way. And so I feel very strongly that the city of Las Vegas took the time and energy to request this right-of-way from BLM. It was acquired for the purpose of providing to the Coves neighborhood a relief mechanism in anticipation of the increased traffic the Tenaya Bridge overpass will undoubtedly bring. If anybody's driven along there during peak hours, you know how crowded it is. And I believe that releasing that safety valve prematurely prior to construction on the bridge, which as I understand is supposed to be coming either in October or November, it will begin construction, would cause material harm to the neighbors, and particularly to the residents of the coast. And that right-of-way was granted in October 12th of '04. And Mr. Mayor, I would like to move for denial of the vacation.
All right, before we consider that, I want to make part of the record so we have as level a playing field as we can have at this point in time. A submission that was given to me about 5 minutes ago by Mr. Sanchez. It's two letters, one dated December 16, 2005, and the other January 24, 2006, which talks in terms of a reservation for affordable housing upon this property. So basically what we have in the record now is one series of letters that say a park, and others say affordable housing. So let's make this part of the record, so whatever's going to come is going to come. Okay, there's a motion, and that's on the,
Vacation.
on number 89. All right, let's vote on that.
Well, Mayor, before
Yes?
we take the vote, if you don't mind, please, because I want to make sure that I'm clear as far as the direction in which we're going here, because what I don't want to do is subject the city more than what we already are in a position to now we have, and I'm finding this information out right now on the dais, which I'm personally uncomfortable with as far as, and with all due respect to the councilwoman whom I highly respect, moving forward with this item, because of I'm receiving all of this very credible information right now. And so I know the motion is on the floor for denial, but if I may, Councilwoman, request for some level of abeyance, just to give us, at least give me more time and possibly the council more time, just to sift through it all, because I believe I'm making a knee-jerk reaction of a vote, and I don't want to do that, because this is very valuable to the residents, it's very valuable to the applicant, and I want to make sure that at least my vote is a fair and just vote. So that would be my request.
I have a big concern, because I want you to know, and you know, Dick, how much I respect you, and how thrilled I was with the Bryan Elementary School when I was trustee there. But you wanted to know what went wrong. And I want to tell you, I think it started when I told you that Ward 1, this place, was not a good location for the site applicant, and you decided to move ahead anyway. I think that was where it began, because I think that those of us who represent our wards know our wards very, very well. And I will say another thing. We're talking about the need for affordable housing there when you have hundreds of apartments and homes available for rent or purchase, that if you rented them, they would be far less or the same as what you would be charging in your affordable housing. What makes you feel that you, and then you talk about, well, we have all of the casinos that have come in, and the casinos are going to be bringing more people. Yes, they are. But you know what? They're not near us. They're not near our live-work philosophy. They're not near this land that you're talking about. What we do need is senior housing. We need senior housing desperately there. We called up the real estate agents, and we found out about the hundreds of apartments that are vacant within a mile of the land that we're talking about, that were at less cost or similar cost to what Tapestry is saying. We then called and checked into the senior housing, and we found out that everyone had a significant waiting list. Skyview, which just came in not too long ago and came on, I believe, in BLM land also, they have a significant waiting list. And I just think, excuse me, did someone say something? I didn't know if, okay. Anyway, I do believe that I would like to go forward with this, but if it's the consensus of the group to obey, certainly Councilman Wolfson at one time knew about this. I don't know if you knew about all this background, but you knew about it.
Well, I'm not sure what you're talking about knowing about it. I've been asking for 2 weeks for documentation concerning Park. Didn't get anything until a half an hour ago. And it was by one of our nice neighbors that brought this forward. And I'm not faulting you, sir. The process stinks, really does. But here we are today, and Councilwoman, I don't know if you know, but some of my comments before were trying to flush some of this out, but I'm of the opinion that we need to get some clarification for everybody's sake. Where did some of these documents come from? What was the impetus behind some of these documents? So I'm in favor of an abeyance at this point.
Councilwoman, you have a motion.
Your Honor?
Yes, Councilman Brown.
I just want to fill in for the public record, at least for today. I went and got some notes from from the park component. I can't comment on the documents the mayor submitted as far as the public land reservation, but what initiated, and I'm going to reference the package that was submitted by Mr. McFadden. 2003, we, the city, had identified the 100-acre plus or minus up along Summerlin Parkway between Buffalo, Durango, Washington on the north, what is now currently Kellogg's Air. We had identified that as a major regional park. As part of that RP&P, which is the cover letter, and this, I can attest to this form being used, so there's nothing out of the ordinary about the form. It not only encompassed the Kellogg's Air property, but as the map indicates, went further east all the way down to the Rainbow Curve area to include what is now the Bill Brayer Park, north of the Summerlin Parkway, a current regional flood control facility, and reference to roadway expansion, which I'm assuming is part of the 95 Rainbow Curve expansion project. So that portion is fine. The next reference in the park package was August 29, 2005, where the city amended the 2003 application to include the attached Bonanza Trail Phase 1 project, and that was likewise done in conjunction with a lot of the work on the 95. That is in order. Then a year later, April 18, 2006, that RP&P lease was once again requested to be amended for a revised plan regarding the Bonanza Trail. And if my memory serves me correctly, that was because of, I think, the church application and/or the flood detention basin. So we had to amend what we had submitted as far as the trail component. So that park package that was submitted, I think, is in order. And I mentioned, because there was some concern with Robin and Robin Yoakum, the two names, I just wanted to put on the record that Robin is a tremendous asset for the city and has done great work, and by no means should any of the comments today reflect that she somehow did something out of the normal city operating procedure. I feel very comfortable that Robin did her job, and this documentation, independent of other, I'm sure, supplemental pieces, in my opinion and from my perspective, was done properly.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, Councilman.
Okay, and I really appreciate the historical knowledge that Councilman Brown has brought forward in respect to bringing all of this information together. April 18, 2006, the letter in which he has been referring to in regards to the Bonanza Trail, it didn't mention anything outside of the trail. However, what I've just received from the Department of Neighborhood Services is a letter dated January 24th, 2006, which the City of Las Vegas asked for a reservation for affordable housing.
Yes.
So these two letters, with both Robin's name on both letters, one in January of 2006 and one in April 2006, pretty much, Councilman Brown, if you will just clarify that it separately talked about two different line items, however, at the same location. And that's where the complexity for me comes in as it relates to what we're being asked to vote on today.
All right. May I ask whether or not we voted on this reservation as a council, or was this done administratively?
Mayor, it was done administratively.
So we really didn't have any specific knowledge until today when we saw the document which you handed.
You were briefed on it?
We were briefed on the fact that it was reserved for affordable housing, but we
Correct.
never saw any documentation as to how that came about.
That is correct.
All right. All right, there's been a motion. There's a request by Councilman Barlow for the councilwoman to reconsider the motion. It's up to the councilwoman.
I feel that we should stay together as a board, and I would move to obey. However, if it does come back, I want to state that with all the research we've done, with the information I have presented today, which I feel shows the vacation is not appropriate, that I will still feel the same way at the next meeting.
And I am going to state that it was your second issue that disturbs me more than that of the vacation, and that is the need for affordable housing in view of our housing market today. That's something that is very troublesome to me. We have all these homes and apartments that are available. They're not being leased at this point in time, and when we come back 2 weeks from now, I'm going to want to have that addressed, because I don't think there's a need for this project. All right, there's a motion.
And Mr. Mayor, I just would like to add that I think we've talked a lot about communication among staff and council, and these are the types of things we're talking about, because it has been difficult. Although we've had some who have been really helpful, it's also been difficult in many instances to obtain the information. I had to go to BLM myself to get some information related to the park situation.
Well, it's pretty disturbing to me, Councilwoman, when we had a briefing yesterday and the councilman is asking for information about this, and we have to get it from one of our constituents. That's disappointing.
Mayor Goodman, if you don't mind. And Councilwoman, you and I have been talking about communication since, well, dating back a few years, and I think this is just an example of there's some breaks in those chains of communication. Thank you.
All right, there's a motion to obey for 2 weeks. Let's vote on that, please. Post?
Mayor.
On all items, yes. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor.
All for it. Yes, Councilman. Council Barlow, did you?
No, that wasn't me, Mayor.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Let's vote. Post? Motion carries. Councilman Brown would like
Your
to make
Honor,
a comment.
two things. And so we, at least, I think there's a sense on the council's part. One, I'd like, Orlando, if you could talk to the senior management as far as, I'd like a briefing on our overall process as far as affordable housing, the unsolicited proposal approach versus perhaps the RFP that the county uses. And let's take a look and revisit that whole policy. And secondly, and perhaps not in defense of staff as much as a little bit of fact here, the timing of all this, the city's gone to great lengths over the last few years with Performance Plus to break down some of the silos and get a lot more cross-communication and shared information through technology and all the works. But if you remember the timing of all this, we had transition in real estate, we had transition in planning development, we had some departments take on different functions. So I think there were just a lot of pieces out there, and some of the players that were involved in 2003 are not here anymore, both from a staff level and from a council level. So I put that on the record, Your Honor.
All right, very good. All right, 93 is VAR 27287, a variance. The applicant owner is Astoria Alexander LLC. Request for variance to allow 432 parking spaces where 557 spaces were allowed on 31.40 acres at the southwest corner of Alexander Road and I-215. This is in Ward 4. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. The public hearing, which is now declared open.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Stephanie Allen, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway, here on behalf of the applicant Astoria Homes. We're before you here today with an existing approved project at the southwest corner of Alexander Road and the 215, as you can see on the aerial here. We're before you today because Astoria Home is proposing some new models out in this community. The new models have some tandem parking product out there. When this was originally approved, there was a mix of housing approved for this community, some of which included tandem parking with the homes. We're proposing 4 new models that will have the tandem parking, and unfortunately under the code right now, tandem parking is not counted as part of the parking requirements, or 2 spaces are not counted as part of the parking requirements. So a variance request is necessary and able to allow this type of product on the site. At the Planning Commission, what was originally requested was a 100% allowance that if a homeowner went out there and opted to buy a house with tandem parking, that 100% of the homes that are still to be built would be able to provide for that tandem parking. At the Planning Commission, we agreed to reduce that number because we realized that not all the homeowners out there will be choosing the tandem parking option. So we've reduced it down to a parking requirement of 494 parking spaces as opposed to the originally requested 432 parking spaces. The Planning Commission did recommend approval with that change, and we would respectfully request your approval.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions? Folks, a public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard on this? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. This is in Councilman Brown's ward.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would ask that the only condition that I'd ask to be added is simply that in the sales office and the disclosure that some kind of page is put out there as far as tandem parking versus normal. And simply because in these tighter densities and tandem parking, street parking is an issue. I don't think it could be perceived bad or good, but it's a reality. I should say it's a reality. So as long as the homeowners are disclose that as they purchase into the neighborhood, I have no problems. I would make one other comment to Margot. I've asked this before. I think the current notification form needs to be changed. And here's a good example where a lot of these protests are coming from California, Arizona, New Jersey, with absolutely no comments on it, so I don't know what their concerns are. If there's any way we could put, for additional information, contact the City Council office, if that's okay with my colleagues, but...
I'm sorry, sir, it says if you would like to contact your council representative, please call.
On these?
Yes, sir. Right there. You did make that change. And then we...
Maybe my copy's not good enough. Well, perfect. And I guess...
And then we ask for comments.
How would I know the California resident or the New Jersey resident where...
The APN of their parcel is above the name.
Okay, so I can go in and find out what house they're talking...
Yes.
Great, thank you. Then I withdraw that concern because they're in front of me. It's a lot of work for a New Jersey address. I would move for approval, subject to staff conditions, with an acknowledgement from the applicant for disclosure for the home buyers.
And we're in agreement with that.
Thank you.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Vote. Motion carries. Thank you. 94 is VAR 27696, a variance. The applicant is Nada Haddad. The owner is 3140 Valley View LLC. Request for variance to allow 42 parking spaces where 46 are required for a proposed restaurant at a parking impaired site on .83 acres at 3140 Valley View Boulevard in Ward 1. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Nada Haddad, your mayor, your councils, and we opening the small restaurants in it's the shopping center being there. We have 42 parking spaces in there, so the planning department requires 46 parking. The difference is only 4 parking. Mostly is my restaurants is carry out, and we have very small, it's only 800 square foot restaurant, and very small area I have for seating, so people they can wait to take their food for carry out. And I had proved by the last time when we come to the chambers, and I need your, if you can prove it today, and I will be appreciated.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of Ms. Haddad? All right, it's a public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard?
Yes. I'm Las Vegas resident. What kind of dining is it?
What kind of food are you going to serve?
It's going to be shish kebab palace. It's going to be Mediterranean and Greek food.
Thank you.
Mediterranean Greek food is on the other side. I once appeared at a place called Mediterranean. I had Greek food. It was delicious. But most importantly, the restaurant was a gathering place for people of the Greek heritage, and a very good place for people to gather. They had a spirit of community and old world charm about them. I could go on perhaps for hours on this particular theme, but I don't think that's necessary. I recommend strongly that you approve the item. Thank you.
I think Miss Haddad was scared when she heard that. Were you scared, Miss Haddad? I knew it. Okay. Well, what's your specialty?
It's going to be shish kebab and Greek salads, and it's all Mediterranean.
You know what I can't get? I can't get in my Greek salads around here. Nobody puts herring in it.
I do.
Oh, right. Very, very good. When are you going to apply for your liquor license? No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else want to be heard? All right. Then we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
My understanding is a good portion of your restaurant is takeout, is that right?
Yes.
Yes, takeout. And we're only talking about 4 spaces. And so I would like to move for approval.
Thank you.
Okay, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
And Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I would like to tell you that I can attest to the fact that she is a fabulous cook.
How? Why? How do you know?
Because one time I was someplace where her desserts were.
Baklava?
Oh, baklava, all kinds,
Oh.
5, 6, 7 different kinds.
All right.
It's absolutely magnificent.
Thank you.
When are you opening?
Hopefully soon.
Okay, yeah. Let us know, will you?
I will.
Good. And we'll pay.
Thank you.
Okay. 95 and 96. 95 is SUP 26866, special use permit. The applicant is Hyun Lee. The owner is Azure and Tanea LLC. Request for special use permit for a packaged liquor off-sale establishment on the south side of Azure Drive, approximately 740 feet west of Tanea Way. This is in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. 96 is SDR 26865, site development plan review related to the prior item. Applicant is Hyun Lee. The owner is Azure and Tanea LLC. Request for site development plan review for proposed 16,249 square foot retail development, including an 11,924 square foot packaged liquor off-sale establishment on 1.6 acres on the south side of Azure Drive, approximately 740 feet west of Tanea Way. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. These are both public hearings which are now open.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the council. Dave Clapsaddle with G.C. Garcia, 1711 Whitney Mesa Drive in Henderson. Here with me is Mr. Lee, who's the owner of the property and the applicant as well. If we can go to the overhead, just to orient you to the site, here we are at the southwest corner of Tanea and Azure, just south of the Las Vegas Beltway. Some of the approved and established uses out there today include a Honda dealership on this property. It's located along Azure, which is a 90-foot wide arterial town center loop road in the town center plan. It is geared to convey traffic from these residential areas here over to the commercial center over on the west side of 95. Honda dealership, established offices. There's a commercial center here, a Storage One, a 24-hour Timbers Tavern, a commercial center here as well, and PR also on the northeast corner of Azure and Tanea. When you look at the town center plan, all of these areas here are general commercial. Our property is designated SXTC, Suburban Town Center Commercial. So, in neither of these applications is there a major modification to change the land use plan. There's not a rezoning, there's not a variance, there's not a waiver to any standard of the plan. Before you is a special use permit and a site plan review for this part of this overall commercial center. Now, some of the uses that are already approved on this overall center include a convenience store in the corner, a supper club, another supper club. Mr. Lee's establishment is 11,605 square feet, part of an inline retail center, and it is geared to be part of the overall center, both architecturally and as part of the land use as well. Also, directly west of Mr. Lee's site is an established discount tire store. So his use fits in with the overall commercial nature of this area. Landscaping plan, as I said, we're asking for no waivers to the landscaping plan, as opposed to some of the other previously approved applications which did have landscaping waivers. We do not. There's a walking trail along the south side with a double row of trees to provide a buffer to the residences to the south of this site. I mentioned before the overall architecture of Lee's Liquors. This is the north elevation facing Azure. You can see stone pilasters, storefront windows, very much a commercial look and feel. To the south, facing the neighbors, we have the same thing. We added some articulation along the rear of the property. These are the inline shops.
Your Honor, can I
From
just
here to
stop them
here
right there
is
real
Lee's
quick?
Liquors, which
Well,
shows
excuse
that
me,
it's
Mr. Clapsaddle.
all part of an inline
Excuse me.
center.
You're doing a great job, Mr. Clapsaddle. Would you indicate, you want to leave that picture up? That's great, and I want you to continue with your presentation. I just want to ask you.
Yes, sir.
The inline shops there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 shops there, they're not part of what Mr. Lee's going to build, or is proposing to build. Am I correct?
Through your Your
Yes,
Honor.
of course.
They are a part of this application. Mr. Lee has 11,605 square feet of a total of approximately 15,000 square feet of retail, which is part of the site development plan review. The use permit is for his 11,605 square foot liquor store. The site plan review is for the 11,605 square feet and the additional 4,300 square feet, some odd of
I guess, Your Honor, if I may, Mr. Clapsaddle, the question is Mr. Lee going to, proposing to build that whole thing? Is that the idea, or just his store? That's my question. Because I watched this during the Planning Commission, and I thought, wow, those are great pictures. That's looking pretty good there. Is Mr. Lee planning on building that? And can I direct the question, Your Honor, to Mr. Lee?
Certainly.
Mr. Lee, are you going to build that whole shopping center? Is that the idea?
Yeah, my name is Harry Lee, Lee's Discount Liquor, 18 Burning Tree, Las Vegas, Nevada. Yeah, I built 11,000 something liquor store and retail shops. Now I built around 10 buildings. Some of them freestanding buildings, some of them liquor store and retail shop also too.
Okay. I just wanted
liquor store and retail shops. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Your Honor. Thank you. I just want some clarification.
I hope that clarifies.
Thank you, Mr. Clapsaddle. Please continue.
Well, as I understand it, I want to make sure that I understand as well. Today, he's in front of us on the liquor store. However, the representation is that he plans to build out the remainder of those buildings which are not before us today.
That's what I'm understanding.
Is that correct?
These two buildings, his liquor store and this retail, 4,313 square feet of retail, is the site plan review that's before you today. Both of these buildings are before you today for a site development plan review.
Right, but he is going to build the lower part of the elevator, is that correct?
Yes, sir. The answer to that is yes.
Yes, Mr. Lee, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Lee, Mr. Clapsaddle is going to build both of these buildings, or proposing to build both of these buildings.
Yes. The site development plan before you today is for both of these buildings.
May I ask one other question, please? Does he propose to build both of these buildings at the same time?
May I defer to Mr. Lee on that?
Yes.
So one of the items for a special use permit in the code, there are 4 standards that you have to meet to approve a special use permit. One of those is harmonious and compatible. So we looked at the architecture of the building. We see that it's unlike most of his stores, which are detached pads. This is part of an inline retail shopping center. So as far as harmonious and compatible, it fits in with the overall commercial center. The other thing we did, continuing with the aerial, is we took a look at the height of the building and the massing of the building compared to other uses that are out there today. The top of the parapet for the retail shops and for his the top of the parapet for the liquor store, which is this part of the building, is 24 feet. The Honda dealership is 32. The Discount Tire is 26 and a half. The little cake shop across the street is 35. The shops are also 24. So when you look in terms of height, look, feel, size, and scale, it fits in with what's already built out there today. We think we meet every standard of the code, the 4 standards for a special use permit. Your staff has recommended approval, Planning Commission has recommended approval, and we would respectfully ask for your approval subject to staff's conditions.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Clapsaddle or Mr. Lee? All right, folks, the public hearing?
Yes.
Yes, sir, come on up and be happy to hear from you.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident and Supper Club entertainer. Out of curiosity, the applicant wants to know, is the applicant, by any chance, the Mr. Lee?
Yes, he is.
The Mr. Lee. How do you do, Mr. Lee? One question, because this appears to be a perfect fit, first of all, within the surrounding area. What kind of supper clubs do you have in mind, Mr. Lee? What kind of entertainment? What kind of food? What names at this point?
I don't believe he has a supper club plan there.
Oh, that's not on your...
Not on that particular...
All right, but he may, apparently, he does know or has some idea, and might be willing to disclose that at some future point in time, at which time I will return and ask again. Because there is a need for good supper clubs, particularly in an Asian Pacific motif, and particularly with first-class entertainment and food, cuisine, and beverage. And with a person of the caliber of the Mr. Lee, I have no doubt that this will be a very successful project. And furthermore, Mr. Lee is represented by one that can only be described as an excellent person to represent his interests here, Mr. Dave Clapsaddle. I recommend that you unanimously approve the project without further discussion.
Thank you. Ladies?
Good afternoon. I am Dr. Teresa Berry, Vino 100 at 7220 West Azure with my business partner, Natalie Buster.
Natalie Buster, 7220 West Azure.
And I would like to just give a little bit of background why Vino 100 would be here today at this hearing. Just a little over a year ago, we applied for our permits and our licensure, and we were approved a full package liquor that happens to be directly across the street from Mr. Lee's proposed location. However, we were approved with some pretty strict restrictions to our licensure. We can only be open from 9 to 9, Monday through Saturday, period, no Sundays ever. We cannot carry beer of any kind, and our liquor is limited to a 6-foot by 6-foot cabinet, period. No further discussion. Fast forward 6 months from that hearing, we requested and was denied for any lifting of those restrictions. However, we did get 2 hours added to our evening hours until 9 o'clock. Still no Sundays, still no beer, still remaining restricted on the liquor to a 6 by 6-foot cabinet. So Vino 100 would respectfully request that you all please deny Mr. Lee's approval of this use with prejudice.
Thank you.
On the record.
Okay, did you want to be heard too, ma'am?
I just basically conclude, I agree with Teresa Berry, my business partner, in regards to this issue. It was just not, it wouldn't be a very fair situation, if you will. For the record.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anybody else like to be heard at this time? Yes, ma'am, come on up. Give us your name, please.
Hi, I'm Sandy Lubreski. My address is 2505 Berwick Court, and that's in Henderson. And I'm here in support of it because I currently live right behind Lee's Liquor on Sunset and Green Valley, and I think it's a great idea, and I think that having a liquor store that is close, that is well handled, like Lee's Liquors, is a good thing to have. So I'm in support of this.
All right, thank you very much. Anybody else in support of liquor? I may be disqualified, I'm not sure. Okay. Mr. Costello. All right, then we'll close the public hearing if nobody else wants to be heard. Fine.
Let me just address some of the issues that were raised by Natalie and some of the issues that we saw in the protests that were as part of your backup. First of all, pertaining to Natalie's discussion about her conditions. I went back and looked at the record, and I looked at the tape when those conditions were imposed, and there was no discussion. Those conditions were accepted without conditions. They agreed to them. That at the hearing I remember, Mr. Ross brought them up. Ms. Wheeler read them into the record. The applicant's representative accepted them, and they accepted those as part of their business. Second, to compare a boutique wine store to Mr. Lee's business really is comparing apples and oranges. Mr. Lee is essentially a liquor grocery store. He's operating on 11,500 square feet. He acts more like Smith's and Vons and Costco. That's his competition. A boutique winery across the store, which, by the way, has on-site consumption. They have wine tastings, and our site has no on-site consumption. You really can't compare the two. They don't operate the same way. They don't act the same way. They don't attract, really, the same clientele all the time. By the way, I'm a member of Vino 100, and I go there all the time. I buy some of my wine there, but sometimes I stop at Smith's, sometimes I stop at Vons. It's just the way they operate. So to compare Mr. Lee to a boutique winery, really, I don't think is a fair comparison. Also, in part of your backup, there were 48 protests that you got as part of your backup. Some of those stated that Mr. Lee's use would be a detriment to the neighborhood. Here, for the record, is a letter from the Henderson Police Department and a letter from the North Las Vegas Police Department attesting to the fact that his stores are not a problem. They don't generate crime. They don't generate people hanging out in the parking lot. They don't generate some of the type of concerns that some of the neighbors, I think, misperceive that really with really how Mr. Lee operates his business. The final thing, I'm sorry, I don't have that aerial. I think we do. Anyhow, you might think from the number of protests that were received, you might think that all the neighborhood was against this. You might think that that might be the perception that you have. That's not the case. We did a survey of our customers of Lee's Liquors, and we put petitions out in the stores, and we took those petitions and we put them on an aerial. And then we took the 48 petitions or 48 signatures that are part of your backup, and we put them on an aerial and compared them side by side for who was directly affected. And we put them on a display. And what we found were 21 were for, 13 were opposed. So I don't want you to think or have the perception that everybody that lives behind this use is against it. People want the convenience. Some people don't want to drive down to Rancho and Craig to make a purchase. Some people think it's going to be a good neighbor. We have emailed the elevations to people who live behind that store and asked if they had any objections, and we didn't get any. So based on all those issues and items, Your Honor, and members of the council, we would respectfully ask that you follow your staff and Planning Commission's recommendations. We agree to all the conditions. We agree to a condition that there be no on-site consumption. As far as also part of the protest you heard was this is putting too many alcohol uses on this corner. Well, when you look at a convenience store and you look at a 24-hour tavern and you look at 2 supper clubs, we're the least of it when you want to look at an alcohol use. You can't even go into Mr. Lee's store if you're under 21. He won't let you in. And also, as part of the protest that we had for some of the cards that you got, What we heard was, well, gee, there's going to be too many underage it's going to cause underage drinking, and it's going to cause underage purchase. Here's a month's worth of bad licenses that were confiscated by Mr. Lee's store to prevent underage drinking. He takes great care to make sure that that doesn't happen. And based on all those issues, again, we would respectfully ask for your approval.
Thank you very much. All right. As I said with the others, I'd like to put an end to it. Do you have something that you wanted to say briefly? All right.
Thank you very much. We would just like to say that our neighborhood doesn't really require a 24/7 liquor store. We do have full package liquor available at Vino 100 when you lift our restrictions, and I think that would suffice a neighborhood of our size. Also, if this does happen to go through, I'm sure Councilman Ross will be disappointed. We'd like to follow his lead and keep the neighborhood a neighborhood type of store and keep the bigger packaged liquor stores over with the bigger stores. Should this go through, I really would like to hear all of your guys' support when our year comes around in another 3-4 months, that you will lift all of our restrictions 100%. But I really hope that we'll follow Councilman Ross and deny this.
When do you have your next tasting?
Let's see. When is that one, Natalie?
When is it?
Saturday.
I won't be in town.
We'll hold one specially for you.
Okay. I'll hold you to that.
You got it.
It's all right.
Thank you.
I'm a very good customer, though.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Could I ask Councilman Ross a question? Is there any way that, to try and make a win-win out of it, that the licensing they have could be equitable with the licensing the others have? I mean, have you checked that, or do you know? Or is that not the key factor?
No, Councilwoman, that's a great question. And I'll address that, I guess. I'll answer your question when the mayor gives me that opportunity to speak on the entire item.
It is now your opportunity.
Is it now my opportunity?
Yes,
First of all, and Councilwoman, I'll address that. And if I don't sufficiently, please tell me. Mr. Lee, you're an awesome guy. You know that. I've told you that. I think the world of you. I've only known you a short time. I have met so many people in this community that speak so highly of you, and I'm grateful for that, just to know you. I had Mr. Clapsaddle show us those pictures a little more in detail of exactly what you want to do there. Like I said, I watched it during the Planning Commission. Very impressed with the building, good-looking buildings. You have a store in my ward already there at Rancho and Craig Road. Mr. Clapsaddle, there are no problems at that store. And I am aware of the petitions in all the stores. I think you even had one in the Mesquite store. My father-in-law lives in Mesquite. But I'm fully aware of the petitions and you're following. And I want the council to know also that Mr. Clapsaddle and Mr. Lee have been working very hard on this. This particular location I am challenged with, and I made a commitment to that neighborhood and to those neighbors, and Mr. Clapsaddle, I would like to see those overlays. I would like to see those overlays of the 50-plus oppositions and the 4 in favors, 4 supports. I'd like to see that. And I'm going to put this on the record today, and wherever the direction this goes, I know not. But I have made a commitment to that neighborhood, as I have done to many of the neighborhoods, and it's more of a commitment to the people that live there than it is to the businesses that are in that district, in that area. I did, however, go the extra mile. I went to those businesses the other day. My wife was getting her nails done over there, so I walked around, and I didn't stop into your store, but I did walk around there and talk to other businesses about how they were doing. Are you in favor of this? Do you support this? Are you opposed to this? I got nothing back from them other than they were struggling in the neighborhood, and that bothers me. That concerns me economically. I don't want that shopping center to struggle. You're right. You mentioned the other supper club uses that have been approved. Convenience store on the corner has been approved. Hopefully, we'll see those projects come to fruition. The office buildings on the south side there, the car dealership. It's a great area, and I want to see it blossom. This area has always been a challenge for me, and it is today, because I know how I know the integrity of Mr. Lee and the kind of business that he runs. There's no doubt about it. And the lady from Henderson, thank you for standing up, but this is Las Vegas. I'm just giving you a hard time.
But I live right behind.
I know you do. And I don't live too far from the Craig and Rancho store, so I know that. I've seen it. I've driven by, looked at the Lake Mead store, nice buildings, and this is a beautiful project. Councilwoman, I've thought about that as well. How would I hold Mr. Lee's business, as it is a little different than the boutique-type wine store that's on the corner, to not being open on Sundays? That was, those hours were set on Vino 100 per the neighborhood. This is what the neighborhood wanted to see out there. I think Mr. Lee would be challenged for us to say, you know what, we're going to approve this, but I would move to approve this, but you got to be closed on Sunday. That may not be something that he could support. The restricted hours for the ladies running their wine store, Mr. Lee is not, ladies, just so you know, he's not open 24/7. His stores are not open 24/7. They are open like from 9 to 10 weekdays, 9 to midnight on the weekends. And that's pretty much how it is. And I didn't know that until the other day. So I did a little more homework, Mr. Clapsaddle, and you've done a fabulous job in presenting this project. So I hope that answers your question, Councilwoman. I'd like to get a win-win here. I really would.
I know. So what you're saying is you did ask Mr. Lee if he would do this no Sunday and the limited hours, and he doesn't feel he can do it.
Let's address that to Mr. Clapsaddle and Mr. Lee right now.
As far as I want to make sure.
Vino 100, Mr. Clapsaddle.
I've got the hours of operation, Monday through Saturday, 11 to 8. Those are the conditions we're talking about. That was part of the approval. We would have to respectfully decline.
And through the mayor, Councilwoman, I understand that. That's a business decision. 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. That's what would be hours of restrictions on the Vino 100. And that came from the neighborhood. That didn't come from me. That came from the people that are affected by this. The emails were still coming in this morning from the people to the east in the rural area. And it's a quiet rural community right there. And I'd like to see more increased traffic there. I will let the council know we tried to work with Mr. Clapsaddle and his client, Mr. Lee, in finding him other locations in Ward 6. I love this building. I think you can do this, and I want to still help you, and I'm committed to doing that in any other location other than this location. This, in my mind, is just not a compatible use for this street, for this road, and for this area. And it was a hard decision to come to, Mr. Clapsaddle, because of the economic conditions. I want to see the businesses in Ward 6 thrive. I want to see the businesses throughout the city thrive. Representing Ward 6 and trying to help the business to do that, part of my responsibility, and I claim that. I have the utmost respect for your client, Mr. Lee, but at this time I'm not in a position to support the special use permit or the site plan, and I apologize to you. Those are my comments, Your Honor.
All right. Is that your motion?
I'm ready to make a motion. And before I do that, I've considered obeying this. I don't think the answer is going to be any different if we even put this off for a couple of weeks. Again, I have the utmost respect for Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, please don't take this personally, and I'll help you, and you have my commitment to continue to do that should this pass on my motion, and it may not. But, Your Honor, I would move to deny agenda item number 95.
Mayor Goodman.
Yes.
And with your permission, Councilman Ross.
Certainly.
I understand the business, the wine boutique, has some restricted hours of 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday. Is that what we said? Closed on Sunday. I understand. And what was proposed to you, Mr. Clapsaddle, was would your client agree to a similar type of restricted hours? My proposition, and this isn't the motion that's before, I'm just trying to see if there's any way we can work something out. Would your client be willing to accept other restricted hours? I heard something about 15 minutes ago about 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. I heard that. I don't know if that was Mr. Lee's other stores.
9 a.m., 10 p.m., Monday through Thursday. Friday, Saturday, 9 to 11. Sunday, 9 to 9, other store.
Okay.
Sunday, 9 to 9.
That's my proposition, and I'm just throwing it out there for everybody to think about. would Mr. Lee be willing to work within those restricted hours? In other words, those are the same hours as the other stores. Is that right, Mr. Lee?
Yes, yeah. All stores release is County Liquor same hours. Yeah.
And you'd be willing to do that, right? For this store?
Yeah, I don't know, the councilman, Las Vegas 24 hours, 7 days a week. All supermarkets 7 days a week, they open 24 hours. So we are same, we don't 24 hours operations. We are 9 to 10 usually. There's 9 Sunday, 9 to 9. Over there, my operation, that's 9 to 6. I don't have problems. I'm early closing on Sunday, only that stores. Yeah.
So you'd be willing to have even more restricted hours at this store? Is that what you said, Mr. Lee?
Yeah, this is short hours operations. Yeah.
And I'm not, this is not my ward, this is Councilman Ross's ward, and he knows it better than any of us, and I'm going to listen to him carefully, but what I just heard was that perhaps even more restricted hours would be...
Yeah, I bought the land, $1.9 million over there, 1.6 acres. I check all the time by land before, schools and churches. Schools, churches, we don't have problems over there, so I bought the land. Otherwise, schools, churches, I'm not going to buy this land. It's already I bought the land. Vino 100 small stores, not my competitions. Cross street over there, I never considerations of Vino 100. My competition only Costco's or supermarket only. In the stores, I don't have competitions. Las Vegas, yeah. I'm a large operation state in Nevada. Vino 100. We are last year $63 million gross revenue. We a lot of collecting sales tax, and this year $80 million of my revenue. So totally different. The Vino 100 probably they were under $1 million. I don't know exactly under $1 million gross sales. That's a big difference in our shops and the Vino 100. Yeah.
Can I comment, Your Honor?
Certainly.
Mr. Lee did do his homework. I mean, he knew when he was buying that dirt that there weren't schools and there weren't churches around there. He's really done his due diligence. And I commend him for that. I mean, it just shows how much of an honorable man he is and what he does in this city, and I respect that. But in Councilman Wilson's discussion with him, Mr. Clapsettle, you understand Councilman Wilson's question, would Mr. Lee be amiable to more restrictive hours at this store? And then, of course, I'll be approached one day again about another store over there about increased hours. I mean, so that's the question I think Councilman Wilson's asking.
Well, let me make sure I'm clear. Do you have suggested hours or?
Why don't we do this? Why don't we do this? I will withdraw my motion, Your Honor, and I'm prepared to make another motion with your permission.
Whatever motion you'd like to make, we'll vote on it.
This, of course, has to be in conjunction with these protesters and in regards where they live. This, of course, this discussion will need to go on with the other businesses that may be impacted by this, i.e. Vino 100, because whatever we do for one has to be equitable for the other, and that's what I'm going to say. But at this moment, I will move to obey this for 2 weeks so we can have healthier discussions about this, take a look at these protest lists and their locations, because it's the neighborhood I'm concerned about. It's the neighborhood that's there behind the store, and it's the neighborhood to the east, the rural ranches down there. That's the neighborhood I'm concerned about. Not the one across the freeway, not the one up the road past the car dealership. It's the families that are impacted by this in that neighborhood. That's what I'm concerned about.
Through you, Your Honor, we too, and we'd be happy to have another discussion. We have approached Natalie to sit down and have a discussion. We've not been able to do that. We would be welcome to do that.
Go buy a bottle of wine.
I do that. I do that. I hop in there. I'm a good customer.
I think you probably do it every night.
I'm just teasing you. But Mr. Lee, I think let's sit down again. Of course, this is a nice product, and the compatibility is the issue with me. Is it compatible in this neighborhood? Will it work? I'll make that motion, and we'll work on this for 2 more weeks and head in that direction. That's my motion.
Thank you.
And that's on agenda item 95.
95 and 96.
And 96. Can
Very
we do them
good, thank
both?
you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Right. Motion carries. And a question of Vino 100. How often does Mr. Clapsaddle buy wine? No, don't answer it.
Don't answer that.
Don't answer it. Okay.
We appreciate your time, Your
See you
Honor.
in
Thank
2
you very
weeks.
much.
97 is SUP 27662, special use permit. The applicant is Nevada Health Centers, Inc. The owner is Abona Family LLC. Request for a special use permit for proposed social service provider, WIC, at 4601 West Sahara Avenue, Suite 1. It's in Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. Subject to conditions, it's a public hearing which is now open. Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm Dr. Carl Hurd, Chief Medical Officer of Nevada Health Centers, here to represent Nevada Health Centers at 4415, administrative offices at 4415 Spring Mountain Road. And we're aware of the conditions and accept these and believe that this will work well with the program.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions of the doctor? All right, seeing none, it's a public hearing, folks, if anyone would like to be heard. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman?
I first want to thank WIC for the time they took and the understanding they had when we didn't have the other place that could be used. You sought out a situation which is much more amenable, and you have the waiting area out there. You can't see it here, but you go in those glass doors and there's that waiting area. And you're in an area where your services are much needed. And so I move for approval.
Let's vote on that, please. Post? Motion carries. Good luck, sir.
Thank you very much.
Item 99 is DIR 28358, Director's Business. This is a non-public hearing. The applicant owner is Cliffs Edge LLC. Required review of an annual development report as required by Section 5.1 of the Cliffs Edge Development Agreement on approximately 1,134 acres, generally located adjacent to the south side of Grand Teton Drive, between Wallapai Way and Pulley Road in Ward 6. The staff recommends approval. Ms. Wheeler, did you want to be heard before the gentleman?
Mr. Dingle can certainly go right ahead.
I'm Chris Dingle, 3455 Cliff Shadows Parkway, here from Cliffs Edge, and we submitted the 12-month report, which is a requirement of the development agreement, and the report finds that we're in compliance, and I'm here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of the gentleman? All right, it's a non-public hearing, so that would do it. Councilman Ross?
Your Honor, I would move to accept his report.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Post? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, item 100, Madam Clerk, please set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings, the Centennial Hills Architectural Review Committee, and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements. 101 is citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please step up, give us your name, and we'll put the 3-minute timer on.
Good afternoon. Dorothy Barnes, Las Vegas resident. It seems like I come in here, it's in vain that I'm still having a problem. I am planning on getting me an attorney. I'm having some problems because I needed a checking account, and I overwrote my checking account. So I'm trying to get some prepaid legal here, but I was supposed to have a checking account, but this person said they might work with me if I can come up with 5 payments in advance, because this is too much for me, that people are living off me. I said before, I'm not Mother Teresa. I don't mind helping people, but I have people getting their bellies full, burping, and then lying on me. It's like the dog biting the hand that's being used to feed them. Nobody should have permission to use me to feed these people that don't understand why my name shouldn't even be in there with these people. Now, they claimed me and lied. I did try to tell some of the pastors that I've sit under and the NAACP, when they started those type programs, I was one of the individuals in this country who was just not supposed to be left behind. Those type programs are a threat to national security. Those programs are only encouraging prostitution, homosexuality, drug dealing, child molesting, anything illegal or immoral that people are old enough, big enough, and bad enough to do under the sun. Now, I have sin, but I don't promote sin as a way of life. I don't care to be used to pay people to sell their body. That includes my own family. That's going on. And just last night, I had a gentleman I've never seen him before in my life. He come up to me. I was sitting. He said, "Stand up." And I said, "For what?" And I just want to see your behind. Then, not long after, this other guy comes up, and I don't think they know each other because they look entirely different. I haven't seen him. And he tells me he wanted to date. And I said, "Well, I don't date. I'm not out here to date anyone." He said, "Well, I'm not talking about just dating. I just want somebody to have a relation with in bed." Then he grabbed at my breast. I told him, "Don't play with me like that. My name should not be in there. I did not give someone permission to solicit me for prostitution where men are waiting to do business with me. I'm not going to call this woman name, but that's why I moved out from with her. I don't want to hurt nobody." Now, I heard she had her brother over there over me. She's had her nephew and her niece to come here and go out there on Nellis over me, and they've traveled to my hometown. There has to be some control gotten over people that are allowed on Nellis Air Force Base prostituting over me and soliciting me and my family and my children and grandchildren for prostitution. I don't want trouble with them. The Army did train me to fire the M16A1 automatic, semi-automatic. I don't want to have to take the law into my own hand. I have told the police I don't need it. I needed this corrected by now because I'm the one being victimized, and I don't feel like it. I try to be nonviolent. I went into the military, but not with the mind to just kill people, but to serve my country and hope to protect everybody's rights and freedom, including my own, which I don't have right now. Thank you.
Next, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. My name's Daniel Frank Zapian, and kind of a new resident. I've only been here 15 years. This city enabled me to achieve a goal that I've been trying to achieve for a long, long time. I'm going to throw this out real here fast, just so you can look at it real quick. I just was able to complete a long process for me to achieve a 501c3 nonprofit organization. Quickly on Article 2, for the purposes, I'll read it for you. Rosie Land is the name of the organization. Is organized for charitable and educational purposes dedicated to providing safe shelter in a house of refuge for homeless youth, ages birth to 18, who are in the care, custody, and control of a homeless parent or guardian. I started with Kathleen Boutan. You're all familiar with her. She helped me out years ago. It took me a long time to finally get my 501c3 letter from the IRS. Department of Taxation, and I have gotten to as far as I can, and I'm here to beg the city to help me achieve this destiny by letting me have a little piece of land, and in exchange, I realize the Pied Piper was probably an unlooking individual, much like myself. However, he made a deal with the city. I know, Mayor, you're a very big advocate about homeless people who won't accept help when you try to give it to them. I'm uniquely qualified to make this proposition to you. If you help me in any way you can, my articles of incorporation list the city of Vegas for this business. It changed my life, this city. If you'll help me find a place to start, I will show you how you can get rid of these people or handle these people that you're concerned with. I can only beg you that give me a chance to let me explain it to you. If you provide me a hearing or a meeting, bring any homeless experts you want with you. I'm uniquely qualified to educate anyone about it. This is not a passing fancy, and I assure you I wouldn't be wasting anybody's time here were it not a serious matter to me. I think that's all I got to say.
Okay, and you see that young lady over there, we can't take any action, but I want you to talk to her about it. She's our source and our resource for taking care of homeless people who come into our city council meetings, and we ask them whether they need help, and she's the one who begins that process.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Very good. Yes, ma'am.
Hello. My name is Grace Hall, and I'm from the Twin Cities in Minnesota, but I've been here about 5 weeks now. And Nevada is so different from Minnesota. You have to have several different kinds of cards. I've gotten jobs, but I couldn't get them because I didn't have certain things that Nevada requires, and I don't even know about. I still don't know about them. How many cards you need? Nobody has told me, and I've been to all kinds of organizations that should have told me, and it's been going on for 5 weeks now that I've been here, and I have run out of money. I don't have any gas for my car anymore. Because I've been here so long, I've gotten 3 jobs, but I couldn't accept them. I just don't know what to do to live in Nevada. It's quite a frustrating situation.
Well, we can't take action, as I said, but perhaps Mr. Sanchez, our Deputy City Manager, can direct you over to Catholic Charities for some suggestions as far as identification and the like. Those are the cards she's talking about, and some direction as far as employment. If you
I've been to all kinds of organizations.
Well, this is a very good organization. Catholic Charities does a wonderful job for us. And
been there.
You've been there?
Yeah.
Well, if they can't help you, I'm not sure
Yeah.
anybody in the community can. The only other services
Right.
that help people with identification that I know of are Lutheran Family Services.
Yeah, I've been there too,
Okay.
and I'm.
That's all I could tell you.
Mayor,
Yeah.
we'll be able to help her with our Evolve program.
Okay, fine.
I'll take her up to the second floor.
Very good.
Thank you.
Good. Yes. Next, please.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident and candidate for election to Clark County Commission, District D. Thank you very much for your attention. And I respectfully admire the way you're handling the situations with the tail wagging the dog little area. Be interesting to see what happens if the Mr. Lee actually does open up over there. And that territory suddenly becomes thriving, like maybe downtown Dallas. Or are you aiming in the other direction, more or less decelerating? I'm not sure what your point was with 100 Vino, whatever it is. Anyhow, I want to ask the mayor seriously a question. Previously, there was some discussion about the potential for consolidation between the city and Clark County. Am I correct in that?
Well, but there's been discussion, certainly.
Is that still on the drawing boards?
We're still discussing it.
All right, when I get over there, I tend to agree with you at this juncture. It may not be permanent, but I agree at this point. That might be a good idea, because apparently you're matching in certain areas, such as the disconnect that was brought up earlier. I'm sure they have far worse disconnects than you do here. Absolutely certain of that. But something has to be done. This decline, this precipitous decline of the Southern entire valley has to be reversed pronto. It can be done, and it will be done. But it better be done together, because there's no sense running in different directions. So if you're seriously interested in that, I would appreciate it if you would direct your staff persons to arrange a meeting. I mean a meeting, not just a flyby, but a meeting so that you can advise me seriously about what your best recommendations would be to further that particular course of action. And I vow to you that I will make it happen with your assistance. And for the rest of the members of the council, I'm very, very happy with what I see, what you're doing lately. Mainly because you seem to be leaning towards, in my kind of thinking, increasing. I don't know whether I had an effect on that. Maybe it's just coincidental. But it's a good thing that you're doing. You're beginning to understand more clearly that this is a community, after all. People, first of all. and you're doing what you can. Only one question I would have that through you, Mr. Mayor, of Mr. Big Jim Lewis, I call him. What's that, Jim? The question has to do with a matter of process.
A matter of what?
Process. Yeah, process, Big Jim. And when there is a motion on the floor, is it appropriate to have continuing discussion, or does a motion preclude discussion?
Are you in a position where you can answer that, Big?
I understand he's a recovering attorney. Can you answer that?
Yes, the attorney.
Mr. Mayor, would you like me to respond?
Sure.
The answer is it's up to the discretion of the board to either to end discussion or continue discussion at their will.
In other words, they have plenty of
latitude.
I almost said levity now.
Latitude.
There's some latitude, flexibility. We'll do it. So there's spandex boards at the end. Well, I don't know where I got the idea that it was a little bit more rigid than that. But apparently there are certain liberties.
Well, the person who makes the motion could call for the question, and that would effectively end the discussion.
Yeah, effectively it would. I thought that would be appropriate on two occasions. One over on Ward 1 and another one over in Ward 6, I suppose it was. But other people had other ideas on how to continue this conversation without any interference whatsoever from the city attorney's office or anybody else. And I found that very interesting. But you cleared it up. Thank you very much, Big Jim. I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else? Seeing none, the meeting's adjourned.
Mayor.
Yes. I'm sorry. Yes, Councilman asked me for this privilege. Yes, sir.
Just in closing, I just wanted to allow my student intern just to share some closing words before we...
Very good. We'd be very interested in hearing your thoughts.
Oh, no, I just wanted to tell everyone in terms of the city council members, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to come and intern and see what it's like to see in terms of the procedures and to look at politics in a different light. With that, I also want to thank Councilman Barlow for inviting me to be a part of this as well. So again, thank you, Mayor Goodman.
All right, well, thank you, and please contact Councilman Barlow when you return from school, yes. And we'd love to see you here as frequently as you'd like to be here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Meeting's adjourned.